Okay, let's get this all pulled up and going. Wonderful. There we go. Perfect. Now then, what do we want to start with? Honestly, part of me kind of wants to play the Trunks deck. Betting is live, so we can start doing that, or at least it's coming soon, I guess. Because I don't see it here. But they announced it. Okay, yep. August 9th. Cool. So yeah, it's for the last couple weeks. Well, welcome, Peter, and I'm sorry you got smacked by an ad immediately. Okay, we're gonna start the day off with Trunks, I think. And oh, thank you so much, Hippo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so, it looks like they announced betting will be back, which is good. It looks like we'll have it for basically a week to end out the season. So we don't have it for very long. So you can't really rely on just using it, I guess. But that's weird because last time they gave it to us for a lot longer. So like it's kind of odd. Yeah, sure, we'll keep this. That's fair, Hippo. Well, thank you so much for the resub, and I hope you have a wonderful day at work. Wow, Peter, it sounds like the thing's just like slapping you with ads for some reason. Is it still happening? Because I haven't messed with my ad thing in forever, so it should only be running like a minute of ads every like hour or something crazy. Morning, Bardock. Interesting they're using Pan. Clearly they are another version of me who just can't find the right cards, so they just use Pan to hopefully find what they need. Honestly, yeah, let's charge this. Go here, get a card draw. Swing here. Welcome back, Peter. And we will pass it over to him. So mini bets are back, but for the big bets we have to wait till like August 9th, which means you have the big bet system for like a week. I think from the 9th to the 16th, I think they said. Interesting. 30k crit to hit me from 8 to 7, that's fine. Oh, I'm not complaining. I just find it interesting. The pan choice is super odd. Okay. Going into turn 2. I don't think I need my. Let's swing here. Yeah, I do have a Goku Black of my own. We could go Vegito bottom deck his Pilaf just to get the body on board. I don't even really want to hit him again necessarily. That would burn the coin, but we'd still have like 2 different turn 3 options either way if we do that, and then we just sit on the Vegito basically. Or we could put the 2 down. We could swing with it, but I don't think we need to. That way, when we do swing with it, it bottom decks. You know what? Let's just do this. Man's done nothing but charge 2 Zamasu and discard 2 Zamasu. Okay, so he has the Mai, does the life pickup, so now he's awakening. And he has the 2-drop, so the 2-drop guarantees I'm not allowed to interact with his stuff. Heartbreaking for sure. Because he can't be removed. He's stuck there, and unless he swings with it, I can't interact with it. So we're just gonna go 3-drop. Bottom deck the Pilaf, because it's one of the more useful pieces there. Swing with Trunks, sacking off the Kid Trunks to make this a threat. Swing with Vegito, words. Swing with 2-drop Trunks. Wonderful. So if he wants to, he can lose his 2-drop and get his boss monster out. I'm not happy about it, but I'm okay with it. Nope, I'll eat it. Ditched another pan. We'll just combo Videl. That's really funny, Peter. Like, the thing is, what originally made me want to start doing that is, I know with some games there can be issues if you stream or record and put up a YouTube video with their music. It's not every game, but it can happen. And so I was like, you know what, it's fine. I'll just do some, like, chill music people can enjoy. And make sure that that's not going to be an issue for me. So I don't regret it, but it is funny. I'll admit, probably not the most, like, fitting music to play beside a Dragon Ball Z game, but most of it's either meant to just be very chill so you can kind of enjoy it without it intruding on what you're doing. You can still focus and, you know, play your combos and whatnot. Or it's meant to be kind of hype. Just depends on the song. Yep, this we eat. Zeno's a legitimate option for us to go to. We'll flip. That's fair. I do not blame you. Okay, what's our charge here? I think Sickle. I don't think I'm going to Sickle the board this turn. And unless I burn the coin off to play my 5-drop, going to Zeno next turn is kind of the plan. We're just gonna go Vegito. Bottom deck the Mai. Bounce this. Yeah, he's probably gonna replay it and rebounce me, but that's okay. Pressure card's out of his hand. Pass it over. Yeah, he has the ability to potentially get a second Goku Black down. That's fine. I can Zeno the whole board next turn if I need to. And if we touch him down to 2, it's as easy as double striker, full spend, and we might actually just get him. Sickle's certainly not my favorite pickup there. Bottom deck the 1-drop, drop in another boss monster, I assume. Yep. Dig up. What's he gonna go for? Doesn't really matter. Maybe... I mean, maybe a 2-drop Zamasu, maybe the 3-drop for the card draw. Sure, we'll eat it. It would be nice to have another crit leader or two. I mean, to be fair, I get the feeling we will see a green one within the next set or two, and we will probably see a black one a set or two after that. That way all the colors have one. The crit leads are all very unique, which makes them very fun. Okay. Charge that. Attack here. Bounce him back. Go here. Go to clear this. Go here. I mean, that's true. Crit decks do commonly end up in the top deck mode, which I don't know about you guys, but I have very bad luck with that. We've got Goku Black's hand pretty drained. We still got a good amount of combo. I don't know about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, power creep is a thing, and we definitely have seen the game receive a little bit of that already within the first two sets. The game's speed overall, the game did speed up a little bit, but it's not like the game is night and day different from Set 1. It's still fairly fast-paced and generally playing at about the same rate. The biggest thing I would say is the difference between where we were at and where we are at with a lot of the crit leads is just that if you look at each one, they each have like a weird little way they work and a unfortunate flaw, right? So Goku Black is kind of high rolly. He needs to get to his backside to really start dropping the boss monster to get full advantage. And the fact that he's crit on the front just kind of limits his ability to find his boss monster. It makes the whole thing a little awkward. Cooler, unfortunately, is the worst character in the game, and definitely the hardest to make work. So that's hard on him. And then you have Beerus, who actually is probably the standout of the crit leads, and arguably the most likely to see like high-end competitive play. Don't get me wrong, Goku Black might find his way there, but Cooler is very unlikely to get there. You would need the perfect list and a lot of luck to make it through with Cooler, I think. Set 3 has a lot of pretty decent new things. I don't know if it's going to completely blow out like what's already established. We're gonna see some changes, obviously. I don't know if there's so much power creep that I'm worried about the state of the game. I think we're just seeing a swap from like using this turn 4 to this turn 4, and this new turn 4, while definitely better, I don't know if it's going to speed up the game that much or change too many of the dynamics, outside of just needing to play around it and its unique gimmick. Sure, I'll go to 1. Avoid this. Okay. I have two different options to go for here. And the sad thing is I kind of have to lock in which one I'm going for. I can either go for the Double Striker to win the game, relying on one of these two to land a single touch. Or I can rely on my Goku Black to go down to try and fight value with value. I think we're going with Double Striker. So we're going to swing here. And tax him a card. How many super combos have we dug out of this guy? I don't know if we've seen any. Yeah, no, he hasn't used a one. So there is also a line where we go into his turn hoping to just survive it. Spooky thing there being we would be dealing with at least 2 attacks, 3 attacks, and probably at least 1 to 2 more joining, so like 4 swings. We have a good amount of defense to maybe get through it. Let's just send it as is. $60. Darn. I had to try. We might be dead on his turn now. Especially with the peel-off. I mean, my voice. My goodness. I know we bottom decked his other peel-off, so he doesn't have a whole lot of targets. Yeah, set 3 is going to be interesting since a lot of the bodies and other effects we've seen so far just seem to be heavily centered around the fact that bodies are going to be harder to deal with. They're going to stick to the board more. Like, if he just even full dumps on his Goku Black, we're dead. Let alone the fact that that body coming down pretty much 100% does it, because we just can't combo over Goku Black. And it... Yep, that'll do it. So many draw effects. What do you do? Barrier is spooky. Yes, small bets are back, Sloth. However, big bets you have to wait until the 9th of August, I believe. So we have small bets back for a couple weeks, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then we'll have 1 week of big bets, and then the new season will start, supposedly. Darn. We just couldn't get that touch. It is worth a bet here. I mean, if we lose, we're dropping to gold either way. Unfortunately, we bet on such a big loss streak. And if we get the bet, we go back and have a lot of breathing room. So, we're doing a bet. So therefore, we're also going to put up channel point bets. Here we go. Will we do it? Let me make sure that that actually went up. Yep, there we go. Going with Trunks again. It's sad, too, because the game was so close to breaking in our favor. If I hadn't put all the points into Vegeta there, trying to clear the Goku Black, and instead just went to clear the Zamasu, we might have been able to get a card out of his hand, get the clear, kept the Gallic Gun defense. Even if we did, right? Figure we had a super combo, plus 10, plus Gallic Gun, so that's only 30, 45. So we would have been 65, and we would have gotten that card draw. We'll even be generous and say it was a 10k. And I think I put another 10k in on the Gallic Gun, so we'd have had another 20. That would have been 85. That still would not have beat out that last swing. Morning, Britter. Second player. We'll make it work. I think it does need a card dusting ability for sure. That would allow free-to-play players to craft at least one deck that they actually want to play. And the bigger and like more sizable the game becomes, the more and more needed that's going to be. Yeah, charge the Mai. This hand already doesn't look the greatest. And into droids, we kind of need to be the one proactively playing, so that kind of sucks. See, it's not even that they need to do that for digital only. It's that even when you're putting in codes, the fact if you wanted to playtest, let's say you lived in an area where you didn't really have a local scene, part of the whole advantage of the game is that you have the digital version you can playtest on, work out different options, you know, like actually practice and get things out of the game, even though you're not physically able to get your hands like on a table to play. And I do think it's better off for the community if dusting were a thing. Because just to put a perspective on it, if I, for example, was in that situation, and let's say Goku Black was the deck I wanted to play, I think in total of set 1 packs we opened up nearly like 230 to like 250 packs or more before I finally got a 4 set of Mai and Goku Black. Like, I could not pull those cards to save my life. And that feels bad for anyone who's trying to get those cards and get those decks up and running. Whereas with physical copies, it's easy to deliberately build a deck, right? That's something that's easy in modern day age. But the fact that that can't be said for the digital edition of the game is unfortunate. And it limits the player base of the game, which no company wants anything like this to fail. And if you only adhere to the we want money and we're not gonna make it more optimal for the players to play and enjoy it, the player base will shrink and then it won't matter anymore. It'll fade into obscurity. I'll swing here. I love it. Sloth's like, yep, and then just dancing. I mean, yeah, that's what Bandai wants, but they're going to inevitably, in anything like this, you'll have your hardcore people who will play it no matter what. You have your players who are interested in it, but either their actual physical local scene isn't big enough, or maybe there's drama there and they don't want to go. Like, there's a million different reasons why the physical scene may not be up to par, is the words I'll use for it. And then you've got the people who see it as a digital free-to-play potential card game, which is also a market they're clearly wanting to tap into. And if you don't cater a bit to that as well, you're going to lose that free-to-play player, which it's a fact that the longer that player sticks around, the more and more likely they are to justify spending money. So by allowing them to craft one deck, even if it took them, let's say, 100 pack cracks to have the dust to craft it, that should be well worth it for the company in theory, because, yeah, you got them to spend enough that now they'll do this. Like, by giving a little, you get more, theoretically, right? Especially since if you don't, you might lose that customer. Secondly, for the player whose local scene may not be the best, if they're unable to play test or enjoy it digitally, they're just going to get bored of the card game and move on to something else. So that's another customer you're particularly letting go. I have not set up a Trunks at the bottom. I normally only do that if I feel I have, like, the time to do that. Instead, I deliberately kind of went ahead of curve to go for other options. I kind of want to use Peel-Off to get Peel-Off, but we're going to do this. Okay, and now we're going to start threatening their face. I'll accept that. That debuilds them. The worst case scenario here for me, in a way, is them getting double striker droids down because they get to answer a lot of our board and get a body that they can start pressuring us with. Yeah, I'm letting it go. Okay. They're limiting their own potential options to combo in to try and answer my bodies. The fact that my bodies are kind of sticking means I'm willing to sacrifice to keep them. Their hand has shrunk a lot, and they're at 3 life. I'm actually at 7. So, like, yeah, I'm completely gassed. But to fix that problem, all I need is to find a Mai, or to let them eventually clear the board, which they're going to some degree, clear it. And then I'll start getting a hand again, and then hopefully push the last bit of life down. Sure. You know, I don't know if I'd say Krillin's a trap. Like, he has a lot of advantages he does give the droids player, but he also has a lot of, like, negatives that... Wow, the one thing I would have played over the 4-drop. That's kind of crazy. There's, like, a hearty enough amount of negatives that he brings to the table that it makes it hard to say he's exactly what they need, but he does do a lot of good things. I'm so sad that it's a 1-drop, but it's not something we can dig off the bottom. Especially given that so much of our deck are actual targets for the effect of the 4-drop, it's kind of sad. On the bottom could have been a Pilaf, could have been a Mai, could have been a Videl, could have been anything. Well, we don't have combos, so we can't save him. I think it's just a perfectly balanced card, which is a good thing. Yep, can't stop that. The main reason a lot of people are running it is because you're getting a 2-drop that can punch people and get you that search. That's the balancing factor in it, right? And that's part of what makes droid swarm options kind of spooky. The more bodies they get out wide, the scarier they become, because they can hit you a lot, while not really ever losing all their options. So it's definitely worth it in a way. Okay. Charge this. Pilaf. To grab Pilaf. Lead swing. Sacking the Pilaf. What's he do? add a life, get our flip. Two drop trunk swing. Bounce. Go peel off. Grab peel off. Go peel off. Grab peel off. The trick is to survive this turn. With him at 2, we actually have a lot of options to win the game next turn, and all we need to do is not die here. Double strikers make that really, really tough. We can eat 1, 2, with a 1 hit. And of course they had another Kami. Have to avoid 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 swings. We can avoid 1, 2, 3, 4. We can eat 1. So combo. Combo. Appreciate it, Versul. This is the one we'll eat. Yep, going to 40 kills us. We can't get over it now. We're 1 card short. It's so sad. Next turn we had the kill potential. Well, nothing we can do about it. Eat it. Yeah, 40, 50, 60, like, yeah. Yep, that'll do it. Heartbreaker. Yeah, we could have. Legitimately, the only difference there is if he defended them using the same cards, nothing changed, right? Game played out the same exact way. The only difference is he would have been at 3 life instead of 2, so he would have been technically 1 card down. The problem is, in doing a life pickup, and with him having that many bodies on board, it puts you in a position where no matter what, you're in trouble. Sadness. Because that game we had unlock, and that was with a very non-traditional curve of the deck. Legitimately, I don't remember the last time we opened a Videl that we got to start turboing out the vanillas with. it's a high roll list, so it's definitely the balance factor. You know, you'll high roll some games and low roll others. It's just been a minute since we've actually gotten to do the high roll. Foo. See, the problem is, if we go double striker, we could bottom deck one body and then punch another, but then we wouldn't have had, like, the gimmick, right, with that last turn, was set up the peel-offs and the other thing, the other one drop, the Mai, to give us some potential value to try and block with. They denied all that value that we looped for there. The problem is, if we went double striker, our hand was 2 drop, 2 peel off, and a Mai. Because we'd already played a peel off, so we would have only had the same 4 cards to avoid 4 swings. We would have denied 1 swing potential with double striker and then maybe killed another body. Yes. But then, once the droid player plays the double striker, if they just kill the Vegeta, which likely they could have, they would have taxed our hand to defend our life, and then they would have gone in on Vegeta, we'd have no hand, no Vegeta, they'd be at 3 life, and we'd be stuck trying to figure out what to do from there, right? And at that point, the only thing that saves us is a top deck Zeno to just reset the board state. So it was kind of a lose-lose no matter what way we went. I went for the hopefully defend, see another turn and win, which was a pipe dream, but it's all we could really go for. Okay. Unfortunately, it was a loss. And now we need to start fixing it. Question being, what do we want to play? Maybe aggro Vegeta? Yes, they have, Kiri. And we've gone 0-2. You know what? We're going to lock in a Frieza game or two. I'd be down to play some U7. After we do this Frieza, I'd do a U7 game, sure. No, we just drew all our control pieces, so it looked like we were a control deck, Kiri. Unfortunately, we were playing our aggro list. We just didn't find aggro cards. Yeah, and it looks like there's still 1,017s creeping around, which the aggro trunks can beat out. In fact, the 25k bodies does give us some advantages in that. Not a terrible hand. We don't have a great turn 1, but we have a turn 1, I guess. Biggest issue here being that if they have Kami, they could kill the Bulma before we get value, so it doesn't make much sense to just play Bulma. Charge this and pass it over. May make a more serious U7 for funsies, or we could also play Beerus. We haven't played much red. Okay, they have their double striker, that's fine. Interesting, they're immediately eating it to get it in the discard. Yellow doesn't generally do anything about that. Charge the Nova. I'm gonna swing here. Not seeing Ginyu is definitely an issue. Or Vegeta. Not seeing either or. I'm not the biggest fan of top at the moment. I don't think it's terrible. I just don't think it's a consistent list. I think it's missing too many pieces. They need better, like, consistency, because what got ripped out was the consistency from the deck, because it was too consistent. Meteoring to 30. Yeah, I'll keep this. So the thing that sucks here, we are missing the pieces to really go all out with this turn. There we go, that helps. That makes things better. So we can do that, we can do this. We're gonna go Vegeta, Vegeta will give us Bulma. Swing here. Activate this. Get a card draw. That's fair, Sloth. Honestly, this game might finish first. It shouldn't be a terribly long one. Depends on how quick of a shower type person you are. Turn end, restand both of these, because I care more about them than I do the freeze at this point. On 4 energy, the options that they have to blow them up while standing are far more limited than the options they have while they're committed, which is mostly punching them with their 4-drop and then potentially like a Krillin afterwards. Now we just need a Ginyu. That is not the Ginyu Frog, and we could get a lot done here. They de-strengthed again. I would not have recommended that, but what do I know? Okay, they have the Kami to blow up the Bulma, that's fine. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Peter. Like, we have Vegeta Frog option, which isn't my favorite play. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not awesome. Okay, now we start punishing the droid player. We don't need 3 of these. Swing here, get a card draw. Given that we haven't found a Ginyu yet, we're doing this. Popping this, getting a card draw. Still no Ginyu, so our best bet would be to go extra wide. And now we have double Vegeta, which gives us double coverage. turbo down another Ginyu Frog. Get more card draw. Zero Ginyu in the top half of our deck. That's unfortunate luck. I've been saying that way too much as of late. Okay, that's the best we can do. Turn end, we restand the 2 frogs and pass it over to him. All of our bodies have double KO protection. Are they thinking about like meteoring or something? Well, do this and this. The spooky thing is they can get away with doing like a 4-drop into a 4-drop into like a Krillin into a card draw. Do 3 swings into bodies, which are each going to ask for a card. Don't get me wrong, we're going to spend every card we can. Krillin, sure. The longer the 2 Vegetas live, the longer we get the double protection, which is nice. Sad thing is they could still fit another Krillin at the end of this line. Like, we could save this. I'm actually okay with letting it go on this one. That's an easy enough save. Finally, the boy shows up to the party. We're going to charge away the Raccoon. So what we're going to do... Go here. Draw a card. Draw a card. Get him for free. I'm actually, like, we could go golden and potentially win the game here. I'm fine with giving it just one more turn and pressuring out cards. So what we'll do is we'll go 4-drop. Freeze that. 4-drop swing. Freeze that. Supernova. Make him extra big. Freeze that. Yeah, this is like full board lockdown. Threaten to dig a million cards out of hand. Now that he's at 1, he can't afford to eat any of this. And the only way we could mess this up is if we accidentally did a life pickup, which at that point we're literally killing ourselves, so. And they give up, right? Because they'd have to deal 4 damage on their turn. At best, they can charge to 8, meaning they could do 2 4-drops, which they would have had to have set up for. And they'd swing with both 4-drops, lead swing, and a double striker. And it would all have to hit. Hoo-wee. Oh yes, that was a very smooth victory. And welcome back, Sloth. Assuming you're back. Yep. Barely. You gotta admit, it wasn't a 10-year-long game. It was actually a legitimately fairly quick game. I'm down to play a lot more Frieza. I actually think Frieza pairs into the meta really well if you're going to see a million 17s. Which it seems to be the thing people are spamming. Which also makes me want to play my droids less, which makes me very sad because I love that deck. But, I know some people wanted to see U7, so we can do a U7 game or two. Let's go here. What does the other U7 leader look like? Oh yeah, it's the one where he's doing that. Sure, we'll use that one, why not? Anywho. If we're doing U7, 4 of Piccolo... Three to 4 of Tien, 4 hit for Awakening. There's an argument whether it's better to have the crit Khalifa who denies cards. Likely, well, 1C Frieza might find its way in there. Right now I'm just doing the like for sure things. I don't know if you need Tien and Frieza. I think that might be a bit much. But not saying it's not potentially worth it. Now, the question is, would we rather have Krillin, who does life pickup, gets our buff, and is a 25 swinger, but only 15 on defense? Or Khalifa, who misses out on our buff, but threatens crits? I think Khalifa's the better choice. She's not as much combo, but the crit is what actually puts her over the top, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, Android 17 is likely finding his way in here. Gohan, easy 4 of. There's no questions about that. I believe UI Goku's likely a 2 of. The 1 of Kefla. For your 5-drop slot, likely double strikers with a Beerus or 2 as options, because droids are still very susceptible to Beerus, so he's going to see more play than I originally thought. 4 of Shin, 3 Glimpse, because it's good. I could see an argument for this in some matchups. If you think about what you're seeing a lot of on ladder, right? Blue, if it's being played, your best targets are like their boss monsters, which you can always target with it with any of your negative effects. So decent into blue. Looking at green, obviously it's a great way to clear double striker droids. Problem is green likes to go wide nowadays in a lot of cases, because you're seeing mostly androids, which it's not as good in those situations, and you want to avoid as many bricks in a deck as possible. Into yellow, yellow still goes very wide. It can pop like a cooler, which is nice, but cooler is less and less valuable in a lot of situations, in my opinion. And into other red, it actually does a good amount of work. I don't know, I'm undecided. We might put it in, I'll think on it. For now, we've got our 5-slot done. 4-slot, we kind of have the best of the 4s. I mean, there's an argument this Gohan's good at finishing games. She can legitimately help you clear boss monsters and is still at least a 10k. But she isn't U7, so that's obviously a negative. Gohan's U7, and it's crit and stat control, but bad combo, which we're already kind of bad on combo. Going back to 3 drops. The way I see it, you're either going to be playing stuff for its effect or for its combo. So like we could do vanilla Piccolos. 30k Piccolos is very annoying. 10k combo's great. 17's good life pickup option, but I don't think we need more life pickup options. Between the Gohans, the Kefla, awesome, and the hit, I think we're okay on that. The Vegeta's a 25er that's still a 10k that kills cantrips. Like, none of that is bad. Whereas this is like a 30k crit, but bad combo. Options, options, options. I could see a world of running like 3 Whis. He is still U7, he can punch someone on the front end, and gives us some stat control. Generally all around good. Honestly, I think I'm kind of feeling the Vegeta option. That being said, how many bricks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 11 bricks. I am tempted to put in some of the 3-drop Goku since it is a 30 on swing. Yeah, that's kind of the spooky thing, right, Peter? Red now has to kind of play this game of chicken with the 3-drop Goku. Since if you want the 17, which is actually a pretty good card, you have 2 zeros there. If you're running the UI Goku, there's another 0. And if you're running the double strikers and Beerus, that's just a lot of zeros. If we run it, I imagine us running it as a 2 of. See, weirdly enough, I think UI is still a very viable win con for Red. And you just have such bad 4-drops that it's sad, right? Red went from the best 4-drops in the game to kind of the worst in a lot of ways. Like, you get one of Kefla, which is great. You want her. The problem is now you're needing to expand your list, and there's less targets for her in the deck. That's another advantage the Vegeta adds. Another target for her, because I believe he does say top. Yes, he does. Okay. So now comes the question of what are we filling out from here? How many 10k combos do we have? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. That's it. We need more 10ks. I mean, in a way, there is an argument to make this work, because you can target 17s or Krillins. You'd have to swap this out for Krillin. Yeah. I mean, Krillin gives you a life pickup option too, which isn't bad. The thing I hate about Krillin is he's 15 on the backside, so super easily killed. But there's an argument you could put her in, because she's 10k, can find you Krillin or 17. She punches as a 20. And we could swap this to Krillin, because it's going from a 5 to a 10. That actually uses our keyword. I actually don't mind that. And it gives us a bit more low to the ground options, which I think Red does well with. Problem being, if we put her in, we need enough Krillin and 17 to make it worth it. We've got 4, 5, 6 targets currently out of, and she only looks at the top 5. Could add another Krillin, not the greatest option in my opinion. We could add more of the 3-drop 17 to give us more targets. To make her work, you would at least have to add like enough of him and him to make the targets better. If you think about it, you look at the top 5, meaning you need a minimum of 10 of targets in the deck to give you a 1 in 5 odds. But even that's pushing it. I would recommend having like 14. We currently have 6, so even if we put in a 4 of 17, bumped the other 17 up by 1, we'd only be at 11, and I really don't want to run the 4-drop, so no, cut her. She doesn't make it. Okay. Like, I'm not against putting in the 3-drop 17 for more 10ks and more life pickup options. The thing I hate about that is we'd only be running like 11, 12 targets for the 2-drop, meaning 9 times out of... meaning more than likely you're whiffing the effect, and that is not something you should be wanting to have happen. Yeah, she just doesn't have enough support yet. Like, legitimately, this is close to the most playable she's been. The problem is there's not a lot of great targets for her effect. So let's see something, right? 10k combo, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Better... not great, but better. Well, see, we've still got 6 more cards. I'm not dead set on cutting any of our stuff yet. Most of the stuff we have in, I actually kind of stand by. A part of me does want to put in Frost. It doesn't have the U7 keyword, but into Frieza and into Android 17, it can actually get some major work done. it can. It's not guaranteed. And it's a 10k. It just doesn't share our keyword, but that's fine. It's more of a tech piece, which we're fine with having. It is redundant with 17, right? The two share the same kind of tactic. The worst thing about cutting the 17 is that he's actually a 30k swing, and resistance to KO matters a lot, right? As being the big body he is, if you look at the top matchups you're going to face, let's just take a peek, right? Fighting into yellow, most of their things can't punch him, so you only have to defend him a little bit, unless they actually are buffing everything by hand. At that point, both players' hands are shrinking quickly. The fact he's a 25 is great. The fact that he makes your lead a 25 is great. The fact that he can't be KO'd is even better, since it protects you against stuff like green with their KO effects. Whereas Frost, yeah, Frost will completely shut down a droid board from attacking you. But all they play is their double striker, pop him, and then suddenly their whole board is live, and then you just die. 17 makes it so none of that board can punch you. They can't target him with their pop effect, so they have to punch him. Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning. If anything, I almost would not do Frost. And if I'm only keeping one, I'm keeping 17. For that reason. 4-drop slot could be fixed in one of two ways. You either go vanilla, in which case you're like, yeah, catch these 35k mids. Very underwhelming. It's very rare you're gonna drop a 4-drop. That's vanilla. Most times if you're playing a vanilla, it's just because you want more options to punch your opponent, in which case you're probably doing it on like a 2-drop, right? I don't think you need 4-drop vanilla. The only time I could imagine this coming clutch would be like, oh, we're on 6 energy, that plus glimpse if you're at 1. That's a great way to finish. So with that in mind, if I were to put in just regular hard vanillas for the 10, I would likely do it either from a 2 slot or 3 slot, because then we can throw a glimpse on top of them much earlier. And if you're looking to do that, the question is, would we rather do 2s or 3s? Doesn't really matter which we pick, other than the fact that we're messing with our odds of everything. I'm fine with doing another 13. Or not 13, 17. Help me. If we do that, I think we do this. And with that, we're running a little low on our early game now, because our 1 slots are punching, which we don't want to set to board. Piccolo, card draw, always good, and this to control board. I think we could use a little bit more draw. So like 2 Roshi. So something like this. The good news is, morning, Domino. So if we were to play U7, and not just my silly U7 that uses the Piccolo, I would imagine it looking something like this. Oh, nothing much. Betting is back, but only small betting. We're going to give this a try. Why not? People wanted to see some U7, so we'll do it. What's the worst thing that could happen? We go on a continued losing streak? Oh no. However, will I sleep at night? Yeah, we'll do a big bet. Meaning, we start a prediction. Go for it, everybody. Tell me how much you believe or don't believe in our red list. I'd love to see it. Really, Domino. So the betting system, they always like to bring it back near the end of the season, it seems. And it's to help people who didn't spend a lot of time hard pushing on ladder. We have a curve. It's a curve that doesn't awaken us whatsoever, though. Like, we legit have a curve. We just can't pick up a single life. Which is not the greatest. This Vegeta actually kind of goes hard into a Trunks matchup. His ability to just blow up a ton of cantrips matters. No matter the cost. I appreciate that, Sloth. Honestly, I don't foresee us setting this vanilla down. Do that, do this. Okay, so they have Vegito, that's fine. Who shuffled this? Why are we getting all the Piccolo? Okay. Aggro. Gotcha. This will be interesting. It's a great card. Let's charge away a Piccolo. Go hit. Hit's gonna swing here. Add the life, drop the stats. Looks like it's not, so hopefully we win and you guys just get rewarded and no one loses points. Sure, go for it. We don't need card draw. We're good. This we eat. Now we're awakening. Flip. How interesting. Super combo over this. Peel off to get her back, which is fine. Hey yo, let's go. Let's charge going to be a while before we need the double striker. We definitely go into this guy, because now he has KO protection as well, which is kind of neat. Punch at this. Drop the stats. Okay. Pass it over to him. Now we have to slowly work his life down while continuing to build board advantage and clearing whatever he plays. The thing with killing the Videl earlier with our swing on hit, yeah, we could have killed it, and yeah, he wouldn't have gotten the extra body, but honestly, the extra body really hasn't mattered. Let's go ahead. There's a world I could see us doing like Piccolo, Whis, and the 18 here. We don't really have a 4-drop we want to just hard play to board. I would like to start critting him. Problem is the only crit body we run in the deck, because we did change out for Krillin, is the Beerus. I don't think we need the Whis. We're gonna swing here, get our card draw. I'm legitimately surprised the man is avoiding hits right now. I'll go for card draw. I mean, that's kind of fun. Let's... Sure. Punch. I mean, it's true. We could have played Whis. Whis could have punched him here. I'm fine with the current situation we're at. Do I dare push him to 5? Yeah, we'll push to 5. But we'll leave him there. Pass it over. He needs to get board control back because it doesn't feel good to be the aggro deck behind on board. And if he just keeps slapping at our face, it's not going to do a whole lot. Okay. Vegito gets to bottom deck something, sure. Ooh, that's kind of nasty. Pretty easy save. Yep. Obviously we save. We'll just use one of our Vegetas here. That's fine. Honestly, we're gonna charge this. We haven't gotten to play it yet. Let's go ahead. Punch him. Very cool. Go UI. I'm down with going into this Whis. Drop it by another 5. Punch in. Now he's down to 3. Punch in with 17. Obviously, this board's very weak to sickle as an option. If he wastes the time to sickle, then next turn we just re-establish board and keep the pressure going. Pass it over. Charged away a Hope Slash. Interesting. Yeah, he's not sticking. We have so many different ways to handle this problem. Yeah, we will do this. Do this. He did. I agree entirely that he bounced the wrong thing. Glimpse. I mean, that's kind of funny, right? The ability to... Like, we could charge... Give -5 to the Vegito, so it's down to 25 from a 35, and then we Glimpse, giving 25... to our UI, so it's now, you know, 60, 70? No, it'd be 60. Yeah, 60. And we could still get Kefla down, still get the 17 down. Yeah, I like that play. We're gonna charge Beerus. Yep, we have to throw Beerus as an option out, unfortunately, to do this. We do Kefla. I mean, that's also really funny. There we go. And now what we're going to do, pop the skill. What do we want back from the discard? Honestly, probably just the Vegeta, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go here. Threaten here. Threaten here. And now we're going to UI in. Pop this. Here's all your stats, good sir. We're going to take this back. Catch. I'm not too worried about it, because even if he did everything to save that Vegito, I would have just put the 10 on the Whis, and the Whis would have went in. And honestly, yeah, no, we'll end there. I was very tempted to combo on the Whis, but we could also just win by swarming him next turn. His best option to clear this state is something like Zeno, but all that's doing is getting rid of the bodies. It's delaying the inevitable. I'm fine with going to 3. That's really funny. Ooh, he's gonna be very sad about this. How many super combo have we dug out of this guy's hands? None. Interesting. So it is a little spooky to go down here. I'm very tempted to eat it, considering we can just go UI Goku, drop the stats, full hand dump into it. I think that is the play. Yeah, I'll eat it. Okay. And we get the Gohan, that's funny. Charge this. Another glimpse would be nice. Now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna UI Goku, drop this to 5. UI in. I'll do this. This forces a card out of his hand. Oh, for sure. We're doing the Gohan play. We're going to drop the stats here. We're going to go in here. $90K swing on a 5K. This is going to force out like his whole hand, and even then I don't think he could get out of this situation. If he does, we go Gohan, Gohan swing at Trunks, take the life pickup, combo everything we get out of it. Kill him. Brutal. Poor man got smacked. Oh hey, we have to do a promo match. It's been so long. I mean, literally putting Gohan first or like before or after that swing doesn't really change much. Either way, the numbers are the same, right? Gohan gets the same amount of buff from U7 after, and we pick up a life after, and we just dump it on the Gohan. And the Gohan's naturally 30 anyway. So the whole gimmick is 90k swing, figure it out, it would dump his entire hand to try and save from that. And the Gohan as a 30 coming after it with the life card, assuming it gave anything, being 35 or 40, that's just hard game. Like, whether we swing first or after with Gohan, it doesn't change the numbers. There's no sequence where that changes. And yeah, it worked. Let's keep it going, I guess. I disagree. After doing a 90k swing and eating all their super combos, a 35 after that feels just as good. I mean, either way, you're asking for those after a 90k swing. Whether you ask for them before or after, you're still asking for the same amount, and trying to hold on to that after a 90 swing is almost impossible, right? We have a 1-drop. I don't think we need the 1-drop. We don't... I don't love that hand as much. Okay. This is a decent hand. Let's go ahead. How much does Whis matter? -5 as a an effect. Obviously, it's always good when you have it in the right situation. It's going to be a million years before we need a double striker. I don't mind getting rid of that. Let's go Piccolo. Get a card draw. It depends on the list. I've seen more and more people slightly have been tinkering. Oh, we didn't pay out. Yes, we won. Congrats, believers. Enjoy your channel points. And new prediction for this game. There we go. Turn end. Depends on the 17 list. Some players have been putting up to 3 in the list, I've seen. I've seen some players who only run a 1 or 2 of. It just kind of varies. I actually don't know why so many of them are running it. I don't know if too many targets you need hit by that. I think it's one of the weirdest pieces in the deck. Normally you run something like that if there's a particular target that causes a problem for your list. I don't like that, because most of the time they're not going to play the 17 until they have the KO resistance anyway. What's our charge here? Probably the TN. I don't think we need that for a while. Or, well, we have double 18. Sure. Let's swing first, get our card draw. Now, we could take the time to establish Whis down. Whis plus Gohan does answer a lot of things, so I'm fine with doing that. And then just go for more card draw. Pass it over to them. I'm assuming we're going to see a ramp coming here. Beerus can be very good. Droids is the whole reason I put Beerus in the deck. I think Beerus isn't as necessary anymore into most matchups. Even yellow, where normally he kind of shines, Vegeta makes it kind of miserable. The fact they actually cleared that makes me sad. That's okay. So here's the hard thing, right? I'm kind of leaning on hit and cantrip for the turn. Hit kills off the Kami, punches him in the face, sets up. Obviously, if our Whis had lived, we would have Gohan'd here. Gohan doesn't feel as good. What's our charge? The only spooky thing about this is we're keeping 3 zeros, but we kind of like all 3 zeros. No way we get rid of a Gohan. Obviously, this is the cantrip we play if we go for hit cantrip. So then that just leaves 2 vanilla, I guess. There are 10Ks though, so that kind of sucks. But I guess. Before we set ourselves to anything, let's do this. Hit. Cantrip. Add the life, kill that off. Now, if he does the classic droid play, he'll charge to 5, do the 1 or 2 of the 4 drop, possibly get a Krillin down, possibly do some other stuff. And if he goes that direction, we can either deliberately let him awaken us, interesting choice. Sure. And go Beerus to just board clear the whole thing away. That's pretty cool. Or we can go like Kefla into a 17. Neither feels bad by any means. Meteor, they really don't want me getting this. That's a very expensive hit to save. No, we got better options. You can have the hit if he's meteoring. I don't think I need the Piccolo. We have a couple different interesting options here. We could Kefla into a 17. That doesn't feel as good because we don't awaken. Kefla into Gohan feels decently active as a play that I don't mind. No way are we Beerusing only 3. And no way are we wanting to set a 17 here. I don't think, given that we're not awakening. Yeah. Kefla. Into Gohan. Gohan into here. Add the life. Drop the stats of that. Get our flip game on. Goku to here to get our card draw. We have nothing to gain by awakening him. We just pass it. So, we actually had a whole discussion when we were building this list as to Frost. Frost is a good option against androids. The problem is, him and 17 essentially do the same role, right? Frost says they can't attack, which is wonderful, but he's a 3-drop that 6-drop kills. If you get the 17 down, they can still attack you, but it's so much harder for the droid player to push actual, like, damage with them. And he has protection from that garbage. So for that reason, I'm actually more of a fan of the 17, even though it is a 0 combo in the deck, which is certainly a negative. We'll go 40 and 5. But yes, you're not wrong by any means, Sunrise. I think Frost is something you could definitely put in. It's a 10k, it's a tech piece, it does a lot of good things. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay. Going into potential turn 6. Combo Krillin. Okay. So we have a couple different options for the turn. UI Goku coming down, dropping their double striker down to 25 is certainly not bad by any means. And him being a 35 into a 25 feels kind of good. Leaves us with 2 energy, meaning we can get stuff like a 18 down who could also punch. So we would have UI, our 18, our Kefla, and arguably even our lead, who could actually go into that double striker. None of that is bad by any means. Obviously, going double 17 is pretty strong. It shuts out a lot of Green's other options. Problem being that they don't problem solve the double striker. The double striker can still do what it wants to do. We could go Gohan for minus 15 that direction. It leaves more of our energy open. We can get more bodies down. Like, we could go Gohan 17. And then we get just as many swings. And still get a 5k buff. I think I like Gohan 17. I think that's the better line. If that's what we're going for, we have to charge. I think we charge a Krillin. Yeah, Gohan 17 just feels right. Gohan in. Now we go 17. Go in. The biggest issue with this hand is the number of zeros, but they're all actually very important cards. Okay. And with that, we pass it over. I'm not gonna lie, depending on what he plays. Unfortunate he gets the Gohan blow up, which makes us sad. No need to save. Yep. That's brutal. It's pretty much over. Having that to clear the 17 puts us in a very big bind. Doesn't help we drew another 0 there. Well, yeah, not awakening the droid player makes a pretty big difference in the matchup if you have the right cards and things are playing out well. The fact they actually had the answer for the 17 kind of killed us there. Ugh. Because now playing a 17 again puts us to 25, but we're out of combo in our hand. We don't really have any options for clearing the droids at this point. We don't have the stat control Beerus has, unfortunately. Beerus board clear doesn't hit what it needs to. The droids are too big and we don't have enough stat dropping effects. Even if we drop the stats with UI, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not seeing an exit from this situation. Swing here. I'm not one to give up, but I also have no delusions as far as what our survivability of this next turn is. Sure. Yep, that makes sense. And he had Broly anyway. Even if we magically had an answer, it didn't matter, right? Broly just ends the game. Yeah. Go for it, bud. That's crazy. I mean, we forced him to have it, but it's heartbreaking. Because we actually had a lot of options. Normally, droid players go crazy wide, and Beerus would have been a much stronger play, but we never got to that point. And we were never really punching down on him, because when we went for the option we wanted to play, he had the counter. Shucks. They played it well, and the fact they actually got the other Big Bang mattered. Okay. And with that, we unfortunately did lose, so non-believers get rewarded. And another prediction up. Let's go. Hey, this will be interesting. U7 versus Starter Coup. Okay. He wants us to fight board, we want to pressure his face. We're going second. I'm keeping this hand. This is one of the better hands we've seen. So, our turn's pretty simple, right? Piccolo to get card draw, turn 2 we're likely to go hit. If we want to use coin to skip, we can go to the 3-drop. We have plenty of options. Get rid of that. Play you. Obviously, the big difference here is Starter Coup wants us to want to fight against his board. And we want to just keep punching him in the face. Yeah, generally speaking, I'd say U7 has the advantage in the game, because if he just ignores the board and generally just keeps punching at Starter Coup just gets burned out of combo and then just starts falling to it. And then he's the one fighting on board, and that just isn't as good for him. Don't get me wrong, he wants to fight board, but it's a lot harder when your opponent doesn't fight back. Generally speaking, yeah. And that's also why Beerus is just as bad, if not worse in other ways. Because, like, Beerus will fight board, but he'll do it while getting rid of your stats, so you can't defend board with Starter Coup. Where, yeah, you're not comboing as much to protect your face, but you're comboing more to protect your boards. Your hand burns out real fast. And against, like, U7, you're comboing away to just not die, to getting your face caved in by a fist. I'm fine with this. Okay, that's interesting, right? So, we could skip to 3, blow up the Kefla, do a life pickup, punch him, and be sitting on one of our better bodies. I'm okay with that. It's gonna be a while before we would want to glimpse. And it's a dead card in our current hand. We have 4 dead cards. 5 if you include glimpse, so I'm going to charge the glimpse. We're going to coin up, because we have other 3-drops to play on 3. Add the life, blow that up. Punch him to 5. Pass it over. Now, depending on what he does, he's likely to punch us because he wants his card draw. If we awaken, we can go 17 and then just start pressuring his face. That's pretty good. We could, if he plays a target for the other 3-drop, blow up another 3-drop. That's also really good because those are 30k bodies when punching at him. That's fair, Kovir, not gonna lie. I agree with that. I'm still a Z fan. I think the animation style was something I preferred, and I thought it did a better job of showing deeper emotion and tones. That's just my opinion, not saying... And again, I haven't seen all of Super, I've just seen a lot of pieces of it, but... Him running the 3-drop that draws... Sure. Man, if only we'd gotten to set up a Whis, this would have been a crazy, crazy turn. Life pickup options are hit or the 3-drop. Yeah, that's true. He would have blown it up here. You're not wrong. That's what he would have blown up instead of the Piccolo. I just wish we had a way to get Whis down on top of this, because then we could blow this up, get the life pickup, and just pressure him for days. I mean, the 3-drop doesn't sound bad by any means. We get the life pickup, we awaken, we punch him, and then we threaten 230s at him. No, that's not our charge. Our charge will be Roshi. We don't even have to do this before we swing. We can just swing, see what we get. Okay. Given that's the case... I kind of like this. I kind of like going hit. Get Whis down. Go hit. Life pickup. Drop the stats. Get our flip game going. Catch, good sir. Pressure the 30 in. So we're the first to start asking for cards, which is nice. Okay. See, here's the thing. The Fusion World, as far as, like, complexity, it's not the most complex game, generally, if you look at some of what other games are doing, right? The complexity of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is insane, and one card is essentially a whole chapter of a book. But that just complexity doesn't always mean fun, right? This game isn't overly complicated. There are situations where there's a lot of options and things going on. So it has enough complexity that it can kind of scratch that itch, and there's moments that definitely will reward you more than others. If you're a big yellow or blue player, you're going to have a lot more complexity in your games, which is why I like those two colors. But the game itself is still fun. I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh's fun. Games are too quick. It's too solitaire-esque. Like, oh, this is my combo. Did you have the counter? Do I just lose? Or did you not have it and you just lose? Like, let's find out. Like, I hate that. How much do I care about hit? Stat control's nice. Yeah, we'll save him. The punish here is if he has like a 3-drop that pops it anyway, but if he does that to this, then that's something he would have done to my Whis anyway, so in a way, by doing that, I save Whis. Yeah, pretty much, right, Kovir? And complexity doesn't always equal fun, like I said a moment ago, right? I would rather have it be complex enough where there is some depth there, but that it's still fun, you know? This is fun. Like, we're slapping back and forth. I have to take into account some of what my opponent can do. He has to take into account some of what I can do. And you get in very interesting game states as this kind of stuff happens. Yeah, I'll save it. Sure. I would disagree with that, Versul. I think there's still enough, especially at high end. Don't get me wrong, there are cases where the game can feel like it's missing that. But I don't think as a whole that it's just like gone. I think there's still plenty of moments where those things exist. Charge this. We're gonna do this -5 here. Because we kept this, we can now go for this. Boom, pop that. Hit is gonna swing here. Drop the stats. Yeah, he can't Beerus it, but I plan to pressure a lot of his hand away, and if he Beeruses, we can just do a whole lot next turn. Pressure in a 30. Tien will threaten this. No different than if I swung at him, so I'm fine with this. Whis will threaten it now. Cool. Him going out of the way to save it from the Tien just left it more vulnerable to Whis, and is it worth another card? Probably not. And the main reason, Versul, why I'd be okay with him Beerusing, like, if he goes Beerus, blows up the board, he ditches a card, he's down to 2, he gets 1 off card draw here, which is fine. When the Beerus comes, I can then UI it, and shut it down and keep pressure on him. Or I can just say, you know, sure, you have Beerus, and then I drop the 17 and like the 18 and keep pressure on his face when he has far less cards. Double Striker. Where does he put the -20? Okay, clears the hit, that's fine. He didn't put his 5k buff on? I mean... Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. I was comboing 2 10s there. We do not need 3 of this guy. So I'm kind of leaning on going UI this turn, but first I'm going to swing here. Also a pretty good card we can play. -5 puts it to 30. Double Striker drops it to 10. We pressure, he combos to save, we kill it with either of these, and then pressure face again. That's pretty good. UI drops this down to 15. UI pressures is 35 into 15. He saves, we kill it, we pressure face. Ultimately, it's the same effect. Let's do this. Threaten this. Here comes Super Combo Plus, or like his whole hand. Either way, he has to avoid it. And now we tell him avoid a 30 swing. It is a lot of zeros. We don't have a lot of defensive combo. And he gives up. I mean, I don't know how gassed his hand was, but I'm assuming he could have got away from the TN there. The problem is, what does he do on his turn? Trying to go for game is hard to deal 4 damage. And the fact that even if he Beerus the whole board away, if we just tax him enough, he's going to be so shrunk in hand size, it's going to be hard to survive. But yeah, Domino, UI is referencing the 4-drop red card, UI Goku. It's the secret rare from set 1. This guy. Right here. It's a very strong card, but it comes at the cost of having no combo. Yeah, let's do it. If we win, we win. We go up. We did get a win there, so believers get rewarded. And now for funsies, let's see where the bets go on the final of the replacement into Plat. It's been a while since we've had to do this, because we climbed all the way up to Plat 2, and we've done nothing but go on a horrendous losing streak for the past, like, week. Goku Black. This will be interesting. Sure, it's not my favorite hand. I'm sad he's on Coin. Coin lets him have the opportunity to get the Goku Black 1 whole turn earlier. Charge this. I don't want to go Whis outright. Too much chance that it gets bottom decked by a Zamasu. That's fine. Ooh, losing Kefla out the gate. That's sad. He's running Gowasu, which is interesting. You don't normally see that at higher end Goku Black decks. By no means am I saying it's a mistake, just saying it's not normally there. Swing here. There is a world where I could, like, Awakening, like, glimpse the Piccolo here, punch him to 6, and pick up the Kefla. Is that actually the play I want to do? Not particularly. I don't want to set up the Whis, because it's probably just going to die to a... Or, well, not die, but get bottom decked. I guess we just go Krillin, pick up the life and pass it. It's also interesting he's on the double striker. Normally you don't see that in Goku Black. They instead just rely on the value of multiple 4-drops being dropped by, you know, their boss monster to win. So that's something we want to keep track of. They probably have more doubles, so going to 2 is actually kind of spooky. Normally going into 3 here, he's probably fairly tempted to go into, like, spam 1s. If he does, we do the 3-drop Vegeta that just blows them all up. I love it, Peter. Hey, Schmacky, that's awesome. I wonder what you're going to do this time. I'm very curious to see it. Okay, that's fine. We need to get rid of a 0 here. I think the 0 we're going to get rid of is 17. He's not as good in the matchup for us. We're playing Vegeta for sure. I don't see a reason not to awaken him here. He doesn't have a Zamasu down, and he has to wait a whole nother turn before he gets to do anything with it. That's fair, Peter. We know somewhere out there, if Sloth heard the music, he'd be dancing. And now we're going to start pressuring his face, digging cards out of his hand. Pass it over. Blue Master Roshi. You're not wrong. I mean, the thing that keeps my balanced, at least, is the fact that she doesn't reduce the cost of an extra card, at least. And Blue Awakening super quickly is a lot less threatening than Red Awakening quickly, with the major exception being Goku Black. If he awakens super fast, he is scary. You have to respect it. I hate that we have so little combo. I have to combo a Gohan to save this. Like, legitimately, I despise that. There is no saving him, unfortunately. Considering my next turn is Whis Gohan, because it actually kills that card. Without me even needing to punch it. Please, deck, stop giving me zeros. Get rid of that. Let's go Whis down. Pop the skill, -5. Gohan down. Swing here. Life pickup, -15, so that's gone. Get our flip game going. We're awakened. Now it's 30 into him, which is awesome. We were able to kill off that 2-drop without even needing to waste an attack into it, which is extra cool. Going with Goku. Going with Krillin. Hey, there you go, Sloth. Take care. Have fun at the party. And a happy birthday to your sister. Cancers, go. So with this turn, they can get a 1-drop down, bottom deck the Whis. Unfortunately, we are losing it, but it is what it is. Then they bottom deck their own thing, then they get their Goku Black down. Combo this, because we want to keep him. He's not sticking, by any means. Goku Black coming down is going to be what ends him, because we can't save him from Goku Black. The question will be, what else Goku Black turbos down? In a world where we were on coin, we would not have had to deal with the Goku Black here, which is why I'm sad he got coin. I don't know why my voice is trying to disappear on me. It's actually driving me crazy. There is no saving this. We can save the Krillin here. I actually do think it's kind of worth it. The deck is determined to just hand me a 0 every time we look at it. Okay, minus 15 drops this down to a 25, where UI can punch it, Krillin can punch it, but our leader cannot. I think we go to a 5 drop for that reason, because dropping it by 20 makes everything able to kill the Goku Black, meaning it's almost guaranteed dead. If we do, and it's a 40k swinging on it, so it's a 40 on a 20, so it's super combo plus, it would burn out his whole hand to save it. It's just dead. So this is our play for the turn. The question is, do we keep another double striker, or do we keep 2 UIs? And I think we keep 1 UI. We go here. Drop the stats. I'm gonna have Goku try to clear it first. All the deck is determined. We only have like, I think 14, 12. We limited our zeros as much as we could. Now we go in with the double striker. Krillin clears this. Or he doesn't. Okay. Sure. We'll go to 3. Please. No. Avoid this. He didn't charge. So he locked himself at 4? That's really, really weird of a choice. Well, because we're drawing bricks, we're not allowed to block anything. Setting up for a double striker to finish? I hate it, but we have to eat it. I'm so fuming mad, you don't even know. I mean, it kinda is, but the problem is you kinda need every card, right? Kovir, it's where red's at now. I think it's 11 or 12 zeros, if I'm being honest. We'll have to double check, but... Because we're at 1, we're kinda the one placed under the gun to kill him this turn, if we can. Which, not saying we can't. Lead swing hitting puts him to 3. UI putting this to 5 means that's likely a kill too. And then we glimpse this. I think that's the line. Okay. We could still do it. Nothing's changed outside of the fact we're not going to get to glimpse this. We could do Tien. Tien punches. UI punches. Double striker in. Boom. Roshi gets us a card. He gives up, yeah. I was gonna say, his hand's probably pretty bricked. The fact he didn't charge to 5 was odd. We were still gonna be a 40, 50, 65, even if we drew another 0 off Roshi, but the odds of another 0 should have been, like, impossible at that point. I think we'd seen almost all the deck had to offer. It didn't need to be, Peter. We didn't need to draw both UIs, both double strikers, 2 out of 3 glimpse. I think we drew all 3 or 2 of our 3 drop. That's a 0. Like, we legit got every 0 in the deck back to back, excluding like 17s. So believers get rewarded. And yeah, it's an unfortunate thing with Red Kovir. It's one of the reasons you don't see me playing a ton of it. Red is very playable and very good, but it has a new weakness since the ban list, which is kind of how things go. A lot of the best cards Red wants to play have 0 combo on them, right? Your 3-drop here that blows up a body on play and is a life pickup, it's a great card in 90% of games, but it's 0. It competes with 17, which is one of your best defensive options into Droids, into Frieza, which are 2 of the best decks at the moment. So you kind of need to run him. That's a 0. UI is one of the better playable 4-drops, and it's a whole alternate win con in and of itself. We've won games off UI. So you kind of need to run it. Hello, another 0. So then you're like, well, you need to close out a game, so you generally want a double striker in the deck. Most decks do. That's more 0s. And then Beerus is the, like, counter of, oh, hey, we need to stop a Droid Swarm, we need to stop a Frieza Swarm that doesn't have a Vegeta protecting it. That's a tech piece. You could take these out, but even if you did, you'd probably just put in 1 more double, and then this would become something else. But then you're just missing a whole option the deck kind of wants. And obviously, Glimpse being the best power-up in the game, you're going to run it, and that means it's more 0s. So we limited our 0s as much as possible, and we still have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 0s. And on top of that, the thing that drives me nuts is a lot of the other red cards that you're like, oh yeah, these are givens, are 5k combo. Gohan, you're running a 4 of him in every red. That's 5k. Hit, you're running him a 4 of because he's their Awakener, their best Awakener. That's a 5k. If you're running the other incredibly popular and good 2-drop that helps you awaken, the crit, that's another 5k. And so it's just this cascading effect of you end up with a red deck that if you play it to play the best optimal cards, it has no defense. It is all we're pushing to win, and that's it. To fix that, you can add defense, but you end up playing worse cards for it, right? Krillin is not my favorite 2-drop. It's still a 25 swinger, but I hate that it's 15 on defense. But it's a 10k, and it shares my keyword. Like, Frieza is more oppressive, right? Frieza is a 25 swinger, naturally, which is crazy. Tien's only a 20, but Tien's 10k. So you're going Tien if you want 10ks. Whis, to help you control stats, there's your other 5. It's like you're struggling to find a balance of these are the effects I want, these are the stats I need, right? Kato helps with that a lot in most reds because 10k buff, 20k body, -5, great. Doesn't share any keyword advantage from U7, so U7 gets punished for that. He struggles more, whereas Starter Coup and Beerus and all the other reds will run Kato. Another thing, that's why you see a lot of her still in red, right? A 20k body is pretty unimpressive for a 3-drop, but 10k combo and card draw is still valuable enough that it goes in pretty much automatically into like Beerus and into Starter Coup. Doesn't share the U7 symbol. U7 in particular struggles with this more. And the problem is a lot of the set 2 cards that made red better were overtuned And because of it, a lot of them had the 10k buff. Like Ribrianne, we can no longer play it. It was a 10k buff and a double striker. Like, it's something Red liked having, but it just was too good. Kefla, you can still have won. Great. 10k buff, great. All effects, great, but you only get one. And the other card they took away, Roshi, obviously was the most broken card. 10k buff, life pickup, reducing your extra costs. Like, this thing was just a house you could build the whole deck around. And ironically, taking them away, they needed to, because Red was too good. But now Red is in this awkward state of trying to piece together the broken pieces of glass, right? Yeah, Rib and Kefla and Roshi all being 10Ks is insane. If you look at their effects, these should be the 5s and 0s. And stuff like, I don't know, let's, like this crit body, maybe make it a 10. Or frickin', what's another good example? This Gohan, right? 20k body, 5k buff, minus 10 across the board. Minus 10 across the board is pretty good, but it's hard to justify the 5k when you're struggling to get defense anywhere else. Yeah, and a lot of Goku cards are 0s. It's unfortunate, and it's a problem Red has to live with until the next set, and they're hopeful the next set will make it a little better on them. Like, 0, 0, it's... And, I mean, don't get me wrong, all decks need that kind of positive-negative, right? Like, Blue's big positive is their best early game cards generally are more control-oriented or want this weird synergy to go off. So, Blue is a weird situation where their early game is a little weak, so they have to rely on their control to get to their late. Red's advantage is, hey, we've got generally really good cards at all the early to mid-range, but our combo kind of stinks. So, it seems to be that's the angle Red's gonna live in. And it's okay. Red's still playable, but in situations like that, especially knowing my luck, the ability to find your 0s in a row almost cost us that entire Goku Black game, even though we didn't make any mistakes and actually played it super, super well. The fact that our deck just wanted to feed us the 14 0s that it has in a row nearly cost us the game. We're back in Plat, which is where we obviously want to be. We could keep going with U7. I'm not against it. I am enjoying the deck. It's fun. I'd also be down to play Beerus. I'd also be down to play Vegeta or Frieza. Those are the decks I think I'd have fun playing. I'm not feeling droids because I hate the droid on droid matchup, and I hate doing that. Shmaki wants Ginyu, I'm not surprised. By the way, hi, Mystery. We'll say Mystery. Yeah, I know, right? When the 0s just come back to back, it's just... You can just call me E. Gotcha, E. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. I mean, it's a choice. I get it. It's one of the things I dislike more about Red, and it's also something I dislike about U7 in particular. He's meant to be an aggressive deck, and he is, but having all those 0s makes it miserable. Starter Coup, you can get away with a lot more options and a lot of more fun stuff in the list. I do want to update my Starter Coup list a bit since I've gotten to play it a bit more, but that's a different story. I'd also be down to play Starter Coup. Beerus, same kind of boat. Bardock says Frieza. Peter says U7 or Frieza. Shmaki said Ginyu. So right now Frieza's 2 votes. Zamasu Control is a really, really cool deck. I don't have the patience for it, which is funny because I'm a very patient person. I just prefer decks that do a little bit more in the early. but that's just me. Yeah, androids I could see being a miserable matchup for poor Zamasu. And given how many of them are on ladder at the moment, ugh. Frieza is very good. Frieza's in a great place. I would say he has the least weaknesses. Yeah, do a poll. Kiri, do you want to post a poll? Offer up, like, Frieza, offer up Vegeta, offer up Starter Ku. I know Schmacky said Ginyu. You can put it on there. U7, Beerus. Offer up some of our popular decks. I would, but the poll thing doesn't want to work for me. I don't know if I'm just messing it up or just a complete moron. You know. It's all the same. While we're doing that, I'm going to take a second to look at my Starter Ku list. I want to edit some things. I'm not against the Frosts, but again, we're running the 17s, so I don't think we need them. That was mostly for me to test which I preferred. We're going to add in the Krillin, I guess, for 10k. Not thrilled about it, but we'll do it. I think we'll do 3 of you. 2 of you. Cut out some of our card draw. How many top targets do we have? 4, 8. About half the deck is top, so I don't mind leaving that. Do this, and we'll do Whis. There. I think that's all around a better list. Okay, well I don't see a poll, but I do see a lot of people saying Frieza in the chat, so I guess we'll go Frieza. At least for a game or two. Then we can always mix it up. Because even if I just count what people have said, that's Frieza, Frieza, Frieza. Yeah, that's about 4 Frieza votes. I'm down with Frieza. We will start another prediction because we will do a big. Well, do we do a big? Let's do a small bet. That way we don't just immediately fall back to gold. And do what we used to do of dancing around that stupid promo match, which I hate. I'm gonna laugh if we end up spamming Frieza back to God again. Considering in set 1, we played red up to plat, and we played basically red as our main color throughout 90% of our games in set 1. And yet, here in set 2, we've probably played blue in 90% of our games, or droids. Like, it's been pretty much Trunks and Android 17 that I've spammed the most of. And yet, here we are at a situation, ironically, where I might be spamming Frieza to go to God again. I guess we always return home. $17, man. I'm telling you. We see so much of the deck. It's crazy. We've got the 1-drops I want. We're missing all the 2s and 3s. We're gonna get a bunch of card draw, though, so I'm okay with this. It's a bit of a risk, right? Because if we draw into the wrong cards, we're doomed. charge Nova. We don't want too many non-combos in our hand here. Sorbet gives us that card draw. We didn't want another Bulma or another Sorbet. Remember when I said we need to draw the right cards? I am very sad with what we've already seen. So we found a 2 of, a 2 of, a 2 of. I don't know who shuffled this deck, but I'm not liking the mix. Please give us something better. I mean, it's essentially no different than Ginyu, just without having the Ginyu restrictions. Do this. Swing here. Please give us... Well, guys, some days you win some, you lose some, and some days you just brick. Not thrilled with this situation. Good news is we get double life pickup next turn, so I guess we just set the Ginyu Frog down. Pass it. This is a very slow start, which is not what you want to do into the droid matchup, but... Yep, 0 combo or the mulligan that led us to like all our high end. We've drawn all our Bulmas, that's funny. I'm actually kind of yeah, I think we do charge a Bulma. Okay. We are awakening this turn, and we're going to be getting a lot of card draw out of it, which is nice. Let's go. Before we even do that, swing here. Because if we saw a Ginyu, we might do this turn differently. Pop this, get a card draw, because again, if we see a Ginyu, this turn might go a little differently. Why would it ever give us the Ginyu? Add the life, get the Bulma. Swing here. Pop the skill. Add the life. Draw another card. Oh hey, look who showed up a year too late. Love that for me. Get the flip. They're holding hands. They were together, like all the other cards in the deck. It's okay. I'm not angry. You're angry. We legit have drawn a 2+ of every card we've got, except for her and this. And I guess Vegeta. Yeah, I guess. The problem is it's a little late now, right? Given the fact that he gets to turbo out his 20Ks. The options he has to blow up the Vegeta are pretty limited while it's standing. Right here, the only thing that would do it is a Big Bang, and for that, he would be debuilding himself, so I'm fine with this. Yeah, we're just leaving the Ginyu hanging, but it is what it is. He's missing his ramp if he doesn't get something down for it. You didn't even need to combo, my friend. I would have given that to you as just a one-drop killing a one-drop. I get he was comboing more just to get the card in the discard, but still. I would have rather, personally, if I was him, gotten the combo on my lead. Yeah, we can afford to do one of these. And we're good. We would actually love to get another Vegeta off the top. Yeah, we'll use Super. D-Strength. Okay. That's fine. That's a good card. It's definitely an option we want to keep open. I think we charge off a Raccoon here. I don't foresee us going into 80 Raccoons. I'll swing to clear this. Okay. I'll have Vegeta go here. Trigger effect. Do not add the life. Do draw me a card. Even our 6-drops were holding hands. That's funny. Let's go Raccoon. Raccoon, get us our Ginyu. Ginyu, give us those back. Clear. Ultimately, it's no different us swinging at this if he's comboing or swinging at his face. Either way, we're just digging cards out of his hand, which is what we want. Double Bulma is pretty strong here, for sure. Go Bulma. And then I think we go Frieza here. Frieza check again. Pop skill. More card draw. This is all fine. Now we turn end. Restand the Bulmas. And tell him to figure it out. If he goes double Striker Droids, they pop the 2 Bulmas and pressure from there, which is okay. Yep, this is fine. Let's do one of these and this. And if that Vegeta just sticks, we drop our 6-drop, pop the droids, and we're living comfortably. One of you. Krillin whiffed, that's funny. Sure. $40... $5. I mean, the funny thing here is we could even go into the 4-drop and just freeze the whole thing down. If I'd not used Bulma there, I definitely would be doing that. But I did use Bulma. We've got 2 more of these in the deck anyway. Charge that. So, let's do our card draw first. Swing here. Go to clear the Krillin. Before we play the 6-drop, let's turbo out Ginyu. Six drop. Pop that. Go to kill the other body. Cool. And now we pressure face. They can still try to kill us next turn using... Well, no, because the 6-drop just locks away even the double. Yeah. I don't know what their out is other than just swarming the board, but if they swarm the board, we have plenty of combo in hand still. It's not like we're just dead. And now we pass it over. We restand nothing because it's all safe from blow-up effects. And we basically tell them to figure it out. Okay, we need to save this. Let's go 35. Save our super combo. Yellow's really good when it's not fighting Beerus. Beerus is the most miserable matchup for Yellow, and Blue. Blue is tough. But there's so many droid players on ladder, Yellow feels like an almost free way to climb right now. So their next swing gets the Vegeta, but their next card played locks away their big monsters, so that's fine. The damage is kind of just already done. All according to Cake. Like, yeah, you got the Vegeta, but now you don't get to play anything else. You get to punch the bodies that are already there. Sure.
But you need combo to not just die to the punches that are going to be surviving. Let alone the fact we could get a second 6-drop down to pressure another 40 swing on him. Okay. Pretty smart. I mean, what's better? I feel like the 6-drop's better just because it asks for more than the 5-drop, although the 5-drop does freeze down a body, which can't be understated how valuable that is, and leaves us open to play like a cantrip. Although most of our deck's cantrips we've already seen, so the odds of finding another one are pretty limited. We run a 4 of Sorbet, so there's 1 Sorbet left. We've drawn all 4 Bulma, and we've seen 2 of our Ginyu Frog, and I think I ran a 3 of that. I think it's got to be the 6C. Now we swing. Because they need a card to avoid each of these. They then need like 2 cards to avoid this, or 1 really big card like a meteor. And they give up. I don't know why they didn't give up sooner if they were going to give up. But, hey, I'll take it. Believers get rewarded. Whew, we're back to where we were this morning. It's been a day. Let's go again. Now that we have breathing room, I don't mind doing this bet. Ultimately, points-wise, it's pretty tiny. Either way, let's go. Predictions up for people who want to try and farm points. Go for it. The worst thing about Frieza right now is, depending on the matchup, like Beerus is miserable with the stat control. Blue still can kind of control yellow and make it almost impossible for them to play, and their matchup into red is pretty like 50-50. They do really heavily punish 17. Change this hand. They don't punish him as much as they punish other greens, but they still do what they want to do into him, which is nice. We're the ones on coin, so that's kind of nice. And we even saw the Ginyu. Wow, we're seeing everything. If this sorbet sticks, we get to go off pretty hard with this hand. So we would need 3 life pickup in order to flip here. That's going to be kind of hard to do. Let me think about this. So if we go to 3... right? We could Raccoon to Ginyu. Gives us 1 life pickup, puts us to 6. Gives us 2 energy back. We could go like Sorbet and a Bulma. Not bad. Lots of card draw. Get a board. We're not really incentivized to start pushing right out the gate, since he would definitely check in with the Krillin, but that's as easy as sacking off one of the Sorbets. And then next turn will be on actually 3. We would then Vegeta into Bulma and just get crazy aggro going, which is pretty cool, along with another free Ginyu. Or we could go Vegeta here. Vegeta down, picks up a life. Bulma effect, picks up a life. Go down to 5. Pressure a hit. Same kind of outcome. I think this is the play. But if that's the play, what's the charge? I think the charge has to be this, unfortunately. Cool. Now we're going to swing to get a card draw. Well, we have all the Ginyu this time. I'm not going to complain. Interesting. He's really trying to keep his life up. Add the life. Turbo down to Ginyu. Ginyu pick up the energy. Go into a Sorbet. Go into another Sorbet. Raccoon punch. Ginyu punch. Pass it over. Next turn we get a free Ginyu plus Vegeta plus a Bulma to start getting repeat draw effects. They're incentivized to ramp here. Yep. We just super combo. Okay. I think our charge is the 2-drop Frieza here. Yeah. We get a free Ginyu. Freestand these. Into Vegeta. Add the life. Turbo down the Bulma. Vegeta swing. Trigger effect. Add the life. Draw the card. Get our flip game going. Frieza will go to clear the Krillin. Raccoon. Ginyu. Ginyu. turn end, obviously we're restanding Bulma. The question is, do we restand Vegeta? He's at 5. He could, like, Big Bang Vegeta. If he does that, he's heavily limiting what else he can do. And we have a Vegeta to replace it with. And he still gives protection to the Ginyu squad. Sure. He can't even try to pressure Vegeta here. This is a pretty sick board, considering we're on turn 3. Ramp, yep. And again. Fortunately, Bulma does die. Yeah, I do think we save this. You... and one of you. Okay. Now we have a couple different options for this next turn. Obviously we're full pressuring into the player. Supernova is really funny. That we could kind of, like, we could do Ginyu down for free, get another Vegeta, get a Bulma, pressure with everything, still put in a Nova to freeze down one of these, and that's pretty significant, and it makes it miserable for them to get away from. I actually think I like that a lot. The other option would be to go like Goku, freeze 2 of them. I think going wider is better. I don't know if we need this golden, so we're gonna charge it. So first and foremost, let's get our free Ginyu. If he didn't like it the first 2 times, he really doesn't like it the 3rd time. We're going to go into a second Vegeta. So now we also have a stacked effect of the Vegeta giving protection. Into another Bulma. Frieza's going to go punch Krillin. Vegeta's gonna go punch a droid. Trigger this, get card draw. Awesome. And now we just pressure his face with everything else. Put the Nova on. Freeze that so it can't play the game. So it's Super Combo Plus, so burn 2 cards, please. Now we punch in. Yep, you know, there's so many of them. A lot of Gohan players used to do that to me, where they're like, yeah, it's fine, I'll just go to 1. And I was always like, sure, I guess? And sometimes it worked really well for them. On 1, they just had all the cards, they saw all their options, and they knew how to navigate it. I could never. Every time I've ever gone to 1, it 99.9% of the time ends so poorly for me, it's insane. That's an odd choice. The only out I can think of here for them at this point is landing 2 hits and then going into a double. Poor Bulma was not long for this world. Yep, he kept Akami just to slap her one more time. Which, I don't appreciate. Yeah, we'll just go 30 and 40. And now his option of, hey, I'm going to go double striker and win that way is gone. We're going to make him extra sad because we're not even going to eat this. We're going to stay at 4. So good luck swarming me. And you just can't possibly get enough swings on this board to clear it all while keeping cards in hand to defend with. I've asked for too much. Sure, I'll go to 3. I'll avoid it. Doesn't really matter. We could have ate it and had another card. I'm not really concerned either way. Just wanted to play more cards, I guess. I don't know what they were building up to, but they had 1 energy left, and I was still at 3. Like, yeah, even if that had hit, I'd go to 2. You've 1 energy. There's no way you're putting that together, unless you're thinking of hard combo into the Jiro, play another 1-drop hard combo into it, but that is quite the Hail Mary. Believers get rewarded. I guess the lesson is don't underestimate Frieza. I mean, I still was sitting on a 10k, so I could have avoided a whole nother swing potentially. I can't say it's impossible, but that would be... the stars would have to align to absolutely spit in my eye, which they've done that before, and I hate it. Yeah, probably. He needed to burn more to force more out of my hand to make it harder. I still would have avoided it because I just would have thrown the 10k on that. And we would have been in that same position there, except for I would have had no hand left after avoiding that, but he still would have had to put 3 hits on me. Yeah. I mean, if it ain't broke, start a prediction, right? Here we go. He did have a better chance. If he actually started throwing more points on to his attacks there, he had a much better shot. He might have been just banking on the fact that I might brick. Broly. This is a very different game state. We can't rely on the 20k swarm to carry us. Yes, we're keeping. We use the 20k swarm to win the early game, get pressure in on him, get him to awaken quickly so he gets no card draw, and then we rely on our mid to late to finish. So, this is a very different game. The fact he's on coin could matter. Charge this. go here. Yep, we need the 20k Swarm to hit him down to awaken, so that way we limit his card draw as fast as possible. We eat this. On our turn, we do Frieza down, hit him, rest down the 1-drop, hit in with Frieza, in my opinion. Okay. 2-drop Frieza. Swing in here. Add the life, rest that down. Now, the big difference here is we have two options. We could either Frieza into him and have the Sorbet clear that, or we have the Frieza clear it and just give him one more life in the short term. If we do, he's at 6 or 7. This will put him to 6. Next turn, we get a Ginyu down for sure. And the Vegeta, that's 3, 4 swings. I think we're fine. I don't think we need to risk the 1-drop. Okay. Now we could Recoome into Ginyu, into getting 2 energy back, into Bulma, Ginyu Frog. That's not bad. Ah, he gets it anyway. Sad day. That's fine. The sad thing is, the only 10k in our hand is something we need to keep. I hate doing it, but we're gonna super combo, as silly as that sounds. Okay. No matter what, we get to awaken this turn, which is pretty awesome. The question we have is, what are we charging? Honestly, I think we charge a Ginyu. We don't really need all the Ginyus in this matchup. Charge it. Swing here. Swing here. Okay. So, we need to consider our lines, right? We can Recoome down, get a free Ginyu, restand 2 energy, get Bulma and Ginyu Frog down to start getting card draw, and 2 more swings awakens him, which is nice. Or we can go Vegeta, get the Bulma. I think the Recoome Ginyu is the better play. Recoome. Add the life. Oh, we don't actually get both the Frog and Bulma, so we lock away the Frog. That's fine. We stand the 2, get our flip going, get a second Bulma, so we still get double Bulma. That's just as good, if not better. Go Bulma. Into Bulma. Recoome swing, trigger this. We would like a card draw. We would like a card draw. And honestly, I'm fine with doing the Ginyu swing here and comboing in the Recoome. That's a 25 swing. It's gonna make him want to flip. Guaranteeing he doesn't even get card draw on his turn. He's only gonna be on 5, so he doesn't get any of his big board clears here. We're asking for a card out of his hand already, which is great. Next turn we go into one of our 4 drops, which can keep pressure going. We end our turn, we restand the 2 Bulmas, keeping them safe. and tell him to figure it out. That's about as good of an opener as you can get into Broly. Okay, that's fine. Pop this. Don't add the life. Draw a card. Draw a card. And 5. He fell for my bait, which I'm happy with. It's a super combo in 5 to save it, and it gives me back another card. So I'm spending 2 to potentially draw 1, but I'll get another draw on the next turn too. I actually think that's worth it. Awesome. Let's go ahead. We're going to charge this. I'm thinking we're going to swing Raccoon here. Trigger this. Draw a card. Trigger this. Draw a card. And we will combo in the Ginyu. Frieza down, Frieza in. Okay, we're just gonna keep digging at his hand. We win the matchup via just pure card advantage. There we go. Turn end. Restand both. Double striker droids, that's fine. The main reason he was protecting it is it gives him card draw every turn, and his hand is already so taxed. He's not able to keep up with the amount of board swings we can do. Yeah, we're burning a card on each, but he has to burn also to avoid them. And now he's locking away his boss monsters, which is not where he wants to be. That's fine. We go boom and boom. Honestly, I think we charge this. We swing here. This freezes the boss monster anyway. Pressure's a hit. Frieza in, get a card draw. I'll let this whiff. I like this. Get a card draw. Hey yo, that's a great card to draw. Threaten here. Combo in. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the thing, right, Bardock? The more and more cards you pour into it, the less and less you're going to get value out of it. It's awkward, though, because even if he let it die, we just would have started doing all the swings at his face. So, like, the cards were going away either way, so I get his desire there. Now, I could go into another 4. I think we keep the 4. Instead, I think we do this. More card draw. Swing here. Combo this. Pass it over. Restand these to keep them safe. He's locked away from Broly. He's locked away from, like, all his big things. He has to recharge. Gets another double. Pops those, that's fine. Sure, we'll eat. Yeah, he can have it. Okay, we have two different options. We play the 6-drop, which is what I think we do here. It makes the most sense. Well, does it? I mean, yes and no. It locks away his ability to play another double striker, so there's no risk to our life. We basically blow up one, freeze the other, and then we just sit on our hand, knowing that if he plays a boss monster, it just comes in rested, doesn't get to play the game, and we pressure 2 swings on him. 3 with Frieza. If we go golden, we freeze down both of them, threaten the double, which is pretty spooky also. Like, there's not a wrong choice here. I don't think this is the option, though. I think the other way is better. So first we do this swing. Freezing 1. Hey, Broly, what you got? Six drop. Comes down. Pops that. We could make this a super combo plus. I actually like that. Meteor gets over it. Yep. For sure, for sure. Frieza in. Just, we'll accept our card draw. We do still want just a little bit of combo, because while there shouldn't be too many things he can do, you never know. You could go for like a Vegeta or a Selku and a bunch of cantrips and try to piece together a smaller board. I mean, that's one way to do it, I suppose. Charge this. Put down Golden. We're in a very good place. Put down Bulma. Golden, pressure in. Freeze that. Use this. Oh, he gives up. I was going to say, we're going to pop that Nova probably on Frieza, just so Frieza can get in also. I probably wouldn't have done the card draw off Bulma. I actually would have just rested the one, limit his combo. Whew. Yeah, that's a hard rock to be in if you're Broly, right? You use a fair amount of like mid-game to support your late game, but none of it will pressure Frieza enough, and we got too many cards off the Bulmas to the point that it let us really eat at his hand with bodies that normally wouldn't be a threat. Awesome. Very good game. And again, believers get rewarded. Okay. Yeah, had we gone 50, we would have made it so the Meteor wouldn't have been an option. And it would have been Meteor Plus, which is definitely better. What do you do? It is almost noon. We've climbed back up to Plat 3. Granted, we're using the betting system, but all that does is expedite it. The question is, how many replays do we have in the replay channel? We have a couple, not a ton. So I'm thinking let's keep the games going for now. We'll go to replays in a moment. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Man, it's funny. Most days we either didn't do a prediction or we'd only do like one or two. Today it's been predictions every game because the bet system's back. Frieza's also been on a tear. It helps that there's so many green players. Zamasu. This is arguably one of the hardest blue matchups we could have. So, I will warn you right now, if you are a non-believer, that's probably a better way to earn points. Yeah, this is about where our steam runs out. Yeah, this whole matchup's gonna hit different. Yeah. It's not unwinnable if we turbo out enough, which it's just a little harder to do to blue since they actually run a fair amount of early removal. Ultimately, it's the same strategy for us that we used into Broly, except for he has way better answers at that strategy than Broly. Hey yo, we got the 2-drop we needed. So this gets a lot scarier, right? He could burn coin to go Vegito to bottom deck the Frieza. That's bad for us. He could just play 1-drop Goten, who bounces it, slowing down our momentum. That's bad for us. No matter what, we get to Awaken next turn. Yep, Vegito's really bad for us, unfortunately. Add the life, get the Bulma. Get our flip game going. Frieza in. We also don't want all of our super combos. Go to punch, trigger this. Protection from KO effects is pointless, we just restand both. Uh-oh. Well, there goes Vegeta. We're not really limiting his card draw enough. Don't. And rest that down. I'm not dealing with 2 swings here. Combo this away. Okay, what's our play here? We could go 4-drop, freeze both. That doesn't do a whole lot. The bodies still stay. They're still doing cost reduction, which is spooky. We get to punch twice at him and trigger a card draw while freezing both down. That's not terrible, but it's not my favorite. We could go Ginyu Frog for 1, get card draw off it, go Ginyu, get 2, but then we're missing out on Bulma card draw, so we're not actually going up card draw. And all the 20k bodies feel bad. Well, problem is, if we don't have a 3-drop, Bulma doesn't actually draw cards. You have to have a rested 3. And we have no way to weave a 3 into that line, unfortunately. For that reason, I think it is the 4-drop play. We'll swing here first, get a card draw that way. Freeze down 1. Swing in here, freeze down the other, trigger the skill, draw a card. So glad we have 4 death cards. Yeah, that's gotta be the best we got. Now we restand them and tell them to figure it out. Three incoming sickle. Yep. Sickling away the Bulma and the 4-drop, because they're the best cards there, for sure. at this point, I think the game's kind of already over, honestly. I don't see what our out is. Yeah, we can push him to Awakening, but is it enough? No world, we need 2 Ginyus in our hand. Swing with lead. Yeah, we could do that. We could do the 3C, drop a frog, get a Ginyu, get 2 energy restood, get another frog, draw more stuff, get multiple bodies down. I guess that's the route. It's not my favorite option. Do get this, please. Trigger this. The biggest issue here is we don't have anything to go to with the Ginyu down, right? Because Ginyu's effect limits the ability to play Ginyu, and so we can't even go into the other Ginyu frog. Punching him, he'll still be on his front side, so he'll still get card draw, and then he'll flip. I guess instead I'd rather do this. Going into 5, he could Vegito here. That would be spooky. That would just start mauling our hand, and we don't really have a great option. Another Sickle, wanting to deny the Vegeta and card draw. And deny more card draw. Okay. A Ginyu and our cantrip. Avoid that. We're out of 10s to play. Our next best play would be to go golden, threaten the double hit down, or lock away his high end with our 6 drop. I guess we're gonna eat this. Go to 3, that's fine. Now we have to decide what's better, playing the 6 or playing the 5. Charge this. 6 is a big... Actually, before we even need to make the decision, let's test the water. Punch him, see if he eats it or avoids it, and how. Okay. 6 drop is the bigger thing for potentially pressuring a lot more out of his hand, but it only threatens a single life take, which he can heal. It does shut down Goku Black options a bit. It shuts down Vegito options. It shuts down a decent amount, and even with the double cost reduction, it's only a 4. The double cost reduction kind of dooms us. We might need to actually waste the attack into one of those Vegitos. If we go golden, we freeze a Vegito, buying us less pressure on our face, which is always good. threaten a Vegito, because again, those double Vegeta drop this to a 3, which makes it so easy for him to mess with. I think this is the option. Play it, blow one up. So now we're technically a 5 within the effect. Pressure face. The only thing that punishes us for being a 5 is a Vegito, which yes, it comes in and bounces me, but it comes rested, so he has to restand it. Okay, doing all that so we can get one more card draw. That's fair. We're kind of reliant upon, yep, comes in, bounces it, rests automatically. So he has to use the restand to even get it readied. He swings for card draw, flips to make it a threatening attack. He officially doesn't get card draw every turn, so this is where we can start finally outvaluing him. The question is it too late? It feels too late, but... Do we gain much from going to 7? We could put the Supernova on the 6-drop, makes it far more likely to hit, but that's easy for him to heal anyway, so who cares? Not really, I'd rather stay at 6. We're gonna play our 6-drop. Pop this. Yeah. Obviously, that's definitely the better play. I kind of want to clear this Vegito. I'm kind of tired of it. I'll combo this. We have double Supernova, which is fine. Could've. I actually don't mind just holding them for now. Yeah, they're bricks. We've got triple super combo. So we have, you know, Ginyu. So we have defensive options. We're gonna have to super over this, unfortunately, but... The good news is, going to 7 next turn, we legitimately potentially hold lethal with a double striker and our 6-drop. That's annoying. Yeah, the 6-drop protects us from all boss monsters. Honestly, I'm fine with going to 2. The only thing that really punishes us going to 2 is this boss monster, Double Striker, which our 6-drop protects us from. Now he's gonna loop a bunch of cheap things, that's fine. Bulma. Bulma legitimately is a nice card. We have a few different ways to play the turn. We can pressure with the 6-drop, pressure with Frieza with a Nova, go into Double Striker with a Nova if any of that hits to try and kill. I doubt we're getting the kill this turn. It'd be very, very hard to do that. No matter what, we need to freeze the 4-drop. We don't want it feeding him cards. It makes up for the fact he doesn't naturally draw. So we have to go into playing either a Supernova, our 4-drop, or our 5-drop to lock that away. We have a fair amount of bricks. It would be nice to get the Bulma down to get additional card draw. If we overload the board with our big stuff, it's an easy Zeno for him, which we don't want to set up. And I don't think we've seen too many Zeno from him yet. None there, and 2 in the discard, meaning he has 2 more. Yeah, we can 5C end Bulma without charging. We could also just charge away 1 Nova. I don't know if we need both, although both get us a lot of value over time. I think my preferred line is actually the 4-drop Bulma, because as is, 4-drop Bulma and 6-drop is a board he's going to want to Zeno. Like, for a fact. And we could still fit a Nova without charging, so let's do that. I think that's got to be the play. Game, please. Do I need to reboot you? Certainly seems like it. Sure. Now, oh yeah, and the good news is we have another 6-drop to follow up if he Zenos, and Zeno's eating up like his entire turn, more or less. Yes, resume. Okay, there we go. So, what we're going to do first, it's funny that it shows color, but it's rested. Swing here. I could see a world where if this somehow gets a touch, we do crazy things, but I doubt that's the world we live in. Now we go into 4-drop. Freezes that. Threatens him. Go Bulma. Go Frieza in. Put on the Nova. Pop this. Draw a card. Okay, goes to 2, that's fine. Turn end, restand these 2. This is usable combo. This is more potential card draw and defense. The 6-drop's likely safe committed anyway, so we just chill. Yep, there's the Zeno we expected. Ditches a card to heal, that's fine. We don't really gain anything from charging here. Because we forced him to have the Zeno. If he didn't have Zeno, that board mattered. And he went to 35, so eating board would have only got us to 35. We still would have had to lose a card in hand. Do we need double golden? I don't think we do. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Do that, pop that, pressure here. I'm a fan of the second Nova here. Gallic gun to 40, combo to 50. That's true. We have another double striker, which is why I don't mind losing one, because we have 3 in the list. We've also gone through 90% of our deck. Remember, we've had so much bottom decked at this point. These third one's likely coming up, so I'm probably going to draw another one here any moment. 35, that's fine. His last Zeno. Definitely gain nothing from this now. Swing here. Draw. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a long one. Like, it's already been an incredibly long one. We combo to go to 25 to force him to do something. Yep. He's just getting gassed. He's running out of cards and options. And now that he's out of Zeno, we go 5-drop. We go Bulma. Five-drop pressures. Freezes. Triggers card draw. Goes to 1. He's back up in hand size. If he heals to 2, Double Striker still threatens game. He already charged away an Absolute Lightning, so he might have another one. He got rid of a Double Striker, which is odd since that would end the game here. No reason not to trigger this, in my opinion. Oh, we don't get the card draw. We don't have Arrested 3 because I stood my 5. I'm an idiot. I just wasted combo. That could matter. 10. Avoid it. What was I thinking? It's on me. Doubles. He charged one double, so if he has another double, he actually legitimately probably wins here. Just the peel-offs alone already counter our entire hand. Plus Kid Trunks. Yep, he wins. And actually using the 4 or the 1 didn't matter because he would have bottom decked it anyway. The only thing that would have mattered was having this rested. Yep, he wins. Sadness. Not having something to keep the double striker away from us mattered. The double Zeno was coming. It was just a question of when he found it. Darn. Yeah, that was a long, miserable loss. Especially since we felt pretty early on that, like, oh, this is probably already over, but we had to try. How many rounds was that? That had to be such a long game. Yeah, 20-turn game. Considering most games end in about 10 to 12 on average. Yikes. It does, and Peel-Off being a open, like, oh hey, you want an additional 40 combo on something? Yeah, Skarmory Blissey. Oh man, that's brutal. I mean, what do you do, right? I don't regret any of the choices we made there. We played to our outs. The fact he had the second Zeno to clear the second 6-drop is what killed us. Overall, yeah, Domino. That last game was unfortunate, but, like, it is what it is. Non-believers get rewarded. And here we go for another. Channel points are available to be got with your predictions today, boys and girls. Yeah, peel-off to peel-off to peel-off to Trunks draw to drop the double to combo everything, and it's just like, well, that's, even though you only had 4 cards in hand, the fact that one was a peel-off and one was a double striker was all you needed. Let alone the fact that they were on 9 energy, so they could play all that in one turn. But, again, it's a situation where the game is always building towards that moment. Oh, it hurts, Peter. We tried so hard, and we actually were getting kind of close to finding that exit to win. We just didn't get there. If they didn't have a peel-off, if they didn't have the double striker, like, if is pretty much all we can chant. We're going to keep this hand. And it's funny how different it is, right? 25k bodies are a big problem for yellow and for Frieza. But you can see the difference, a 25 body in green versus a 25 body in blue. Blue has so many control options that it's so hard to get that quick pressure. Whereas with like a Broly, we can absolutely get quick pressure. What is our charge here? Probably you? Yeah. Get our card draw. Swing. Hey yo, let's go. We have both different lines of what makes for a very, very good turn. The quicker we cut off Broly's ability to draw, the better. And unlike Blue, he can't stop our early board swarm. So this is going to be pretty miserable for him. We can get double life pickup on our turn, so we're still going to be 1 life short of full awakening. The funny thing is we get to do to this Broly what we did to the last one. The only difference is he actually has combo on board, This game already looks better for this Broly than it did the last one. Is there a world we play that? On 3, we're going to turbo you, get 2 back. Not be able to play the Ginyu Frog because of it, but we can go Bulma into Sorbet or Bulma into Frieza if we want to rest one of those. I actually don't mind doing that. If we do that, what do we get rid of? I think my charge is best one of these 3. Charge the Ginyu Frog. We go Raccoon. Add the life. Get the Ginyu. Restand those. Get the Bulma. Get the Frieza. Rest down a cantrip. Punch his face. Attempt to again punch his face. Trigger this. Add a life to hand. Go for card draw. Slay that. Punch here. Pass it over. The Bulma's left hanging. We actually can super combo to save it. He's likely to D-strength. If the 1-drop swings, we sack off our 1-drop. And now when the Broly swings, we just super combo. We keep Bulma. She gets to feed us back a card. I think she is worth 2 cards. Okay. Charge this. We're going to immediately swing here. Triggering this, get more card draw. Flip. Go 3-drop, because it does still give board protection. Turbo down another Bulma. Use this to clear this. swing here, get our card draw, trigger Bulma, get more card draw. Combo this in to make it a threat, so he now needs to start respecting every swing we do. Going card for card, he is up in card advantage, but most of our board we actually do not care about. I'll clear off the cantrip, I just don't want it existing. Pressure here. Wonderful. Now we end our turn. Stand these. He's likely to go double striker droids. They don't get to pop any of our rested board, but they get to pop both Bulma. And then pressure a double strike on us. We avoid the double strike, and then next turn we'll rest it and keep it frozen and keep pressure on him. This is going to be a harder board state. We didn't get this guy pushed to Awakening as fast. And we also did not get as much card draw out of the Bulmas before they popped them. So this is going to be a much spookier game than the other Broly. That's fine. We're okay with this. Charge that, go here, freeze you, pressure face, freeze a swing, combo this in. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Had I left them rested, he would have played this probably still and maybe wasted a swing on them. This swing probably was still coming at face. This would have come at one of them, and thing is, if I left them at rest mode, he could have also just taken the turn to do like Selku and pressure that way. There's like a lot of little ways it could have gone. Sure, I'll go to 3. $45, avoid. He'll probably use the Broly ability. Yep. This I'm okay with. This isn't working out for him as nicely as he would hope. Because he's ramping me. Now I get my 6-drop. Charge a Nova. Blows that up. Pressures his face. We really need to find a double striker, because that's likely the game, like, that's how we're planning to win the game. It's unlikely we get enough time to do 3 hits. Had he have not ramped us, we'd have had a much harder time this turn. I get he didn't like the 4-drop freezing his double strikers forever, but the guy ramping us to where we can play our 6-drop is far worse. Because now we just kill it, and now all his boss monsters are offline. And he has to answer the 6-drop with something, so if he goes 7-drop Broly, it comes in rested, he ramps us again and gets no pressure off the swing. Swing here, combo... Combo this, sure. Go 10 for 10. He eats it, going to 1. Interesting. Would not have bet that. No reason not to restand it, I suppose. Keeps it safe from him trying to swing on it. Question is, where does he go from here? Broly comes down, doesn't get to play the game. This is where we want to kill him, right? 100%. This is what we want to do. In a worst case scenario, we can play a Sorbet, pop the super. We're gonna eat this. We want the card. Not our favorite card, but that's fine. I don't think we gain anything from charging, short of finding our double striker, which we don't even need at this point. We just need to go tall. So... phase end. Sorbet for card draw. I don't know about that, Peter. His energy's offline, so he can't meteor or do anything like that. At best, he just combos from hand. Depends on how many super combos he has. If he has like 3, we're going to be hard pressed to get it. But we can still freeze down the Broly. It doesn't get to play the game. His next boss monster does. Swing here, let's see what we get. Another Sorbet. Sack this off, make it a threat. Go Goku. Freeze this down. Right now we can get him to 45, 50, 55, 60, 70, 80. I don't know if 80's enough. The fact we haven't seen a super combo makes me think it's not, right? Because even just 2 super combos and he's 65. And that leaves him with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. We've not seen a lot of zeros, though, and he runs instants. I don't know if we die on the backswing, honestly, Domino. Like, if he goes Broly, right? Let's say he Brolys. He charges, he goes Broly 45. He swings at us, we avoid that. Broly swings at us, we could potentially avoid that. 45... I mean, he'd pop this, so this wouldn't be on board, but 45, this would be 30, 45, we match. Matching's a problem. If we had that first Broly swing beat, maybe. I mean, we could always beat his swing if he goes 30, go 35, this and these beat Broly, and then another hit kills it. I mean... definitely swinging. All gas, no brakes, nerdy. He gets another card advantage, that's true, but we get another round of our own potential card advantage. I mean, we can go. Everybody wants to go for it, so I'm down with it. I just don't think we're actually dead next turn. Not guaranteed, anyway. It's potential. The fact his extra cards are shut off, other than instants, is good. The fact that any boss monsters in hand don't work is good. Immediate double super. Already up to 75. He just needs one more card. Yeah, I figured we were probably cooked if he got this opportunity. Yeah. 85 and he's over. Honestly, I think Broly generates just enough cards. I think if you took away any of his card draw, he'd be unplayable. He's reconnecting. What all did he combo away, right? Yep, pretty much. I put him on having to. Oh, less cards than me. That's true. Sorry, Versul. Misunderstood. Well, we're dead. I mean, if we think about it right, if he went for that this turn with those cards in hand, he would have given it another 40? We would have been able to give ourselves that matches. We had 10, 20, 30. We would have fallen short. Just barely. It was close. I mean, there's also the argument we could have gone for more card draw with our other stuff. Real risk of drawing bricks, though. Instead of going to the Goku, we could have always done Ginyu Frog to draw, Sorbet to draw, and then tried to find life pickup options to make our single swing bigger. Problem being, I don't know how many dead cards were in his hand. That might have been his full combo. Potentially, since he did play a droids and he charged that. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, channel points for non-believers. And we have just enough time for one final match. So let's do it. Why not? Big bet, final Frieza game. Frieza's treated us well for the most part today. Final bet of the day, because after this we'll go knock out those replays, and that will be the stream. Hey, there you go. It's a shame we were so close to getting there. But, oh no. The fates are not kind to us. The win streak has to balance out. I guess we keep. I don't love it. I hate our one drop option for turn 1. Yep. Charge this. Swing here? There's just like no way to starve a Beerus anymore, so I don't think ignoring the swing potential is the option. Because their 2-drop will pick up a life, their 3-drop will pick up a life, they'll play another card that picks up a life. Now, what do they go for? We'll eat the crit. Ooh, seeing a super combo go for that makes us sad. He played nothing. Definitely an interesting turn choice. Raccoon Ginyu isn't bad, but it also turbo awakens him, and from there he just board clears. He's got distinct card advantage. I actually don't think that's the way to go here. I also don't want to put him to 5, because the other option would be go to turn 2 Frieza, swing with Frieza, put him down to 5, do a life pickup for ourselves, so we're down to 6. I don't like that, because at 5 it's 1 card away from awakening, and once he's awakened, life becomes hard. Honestly, I think we charge this. I think we swing once. Sure thing. And we're gonna try to out card value him, I guess. It's gonna be tough, but not impossible, is what I'm trying to get at. Sure. That 1-drop's likely to bait an attack at it, because he doesn't want me to go up 2 cards from 1 card. So it's no different than using it as a defensive option, potentially. Sure. Fine. We obviously want to clear the 3-drop. We don't want that thing surviving. Ginyu Frog, since it's likely to survive. Now, if we coin up to the 4-drop, we rest the 3, and then we punch it, we're not awakened. Things become just awkward enough. If we go... And the fact we haven't seen a Bulma is kind of heartbreaking here. If we Supernova on Frieza, Frieza becomes a 35, swinging on a 25. That's as easy as him super comboing, which he likely would do. He might let it go since it would be frozen anyway, but... A part of me is tempted to go like 2-drop swing. No, let's do this. We're gonna swing Frieza, get a card draw, Supernova it, freeze it down. Okay. I'm okay with that. Now we'll go Frieza 2-drop. Pass it over. We have nothing to really gain from hitting him going into turn 4. Force him to self-awaken. He has his one of Kefla, unfortunate. Probably turboing down a Gohan, which guarantees the awakening, which also pops the Frieza, so we don't even get the value off the body we tried. Found a Bulma, sure. Goodbye to the Frieza, unfortunately. Sure, we'll eat this. We get to awaken. And this is where the game gets spooky, right? We need to get the board under control. Since we lose if the board gets too wide. Six-drop could matter. Let's charge away a Raccoon. Swing here. So we have two different lines. We could go 4-drop not using the coin, 4-drop punch Gohan, freezing both. Not bad. We could go 5-drop coined, freeze the Gohan, punch the Gohan, vastly increasing our odds of getting it. I actually think I like this, because if we go the other route, we can go maybe into the 6-drop. Swing here. Freeze it down, combo in, so it's 30 on 20, so it's super combo if he wants to keep Gohan, and it doesn't get to play the game. Cool. Turn end, restand the Goku. Double Striker answers it, Rumshi answers it, Beerus answers it. Gohan plus Beerus lead answer it. There's a lot of things he has that can just kill this 4-drop even though it's standing. Double Striker's fine. Because he goes for that, we super combo away. He'll swing at us, we'll use our Frieza to avoid it. Now we go 6-drop, blowing up the 5-drop, probably punching and clearing the 4. Charge the Raccoon. Pop that. Punch that. He might super combo to save this. I mean, it gives him another body to attack us with next turn, which is kind of nice. Yeah. Freeze at him. Restand our 6. Anything he does to answer it is going to have a hard time answering the 6. If you think about it, he could Rumshi it, he could 5-drop again. Either do answer it, but they come in rested, meaning they don't get to play the game, which is a big deal. Gohan doesn't clear this by himself. Gohan's minus 15, Beerus is minus 10, so that's 25. This thing's still holding on by 15. So he'd have to have like double Gohan to do that, which that would suck. Avoid this. Rumshi can't be played now. He's down to 4. So, no Rumshi. We Beerus also don't quite get there. Yeah, the fact he's on 4, nothing actually clears this now. That I can think of. He could have even Kato Pezla'd into the 3-drop God Coup, that would have done it too, but... God Kami, yeah, there you go. Kiri found it. That card would clear it. And we'd be really sad about that. If he makes this a 30, I'll go to 3. If he swings as a 20... Bulma doesn't stick for any amount of time, so I'm fine with losing her to avoid this. Kept 2 energy up, probably for a glimpse. I don't see us gaining anything by going to 6 right now. We are going to attack and attempt to clear this. Let's get the double striker down. Double striker to clear this, because again, awkward numbers. Freezing this. Cool. 6-drop pressure a hit on Beerus. Turn end, restand both. This is a hard board to answer both bodies on. Like, he could drop 10 from the golden and then do a Beerus drop, but Beerus just gets rested and his other card's frozen, so I'd be perfectly fine with that. Takes it down to 25, sure. Ooh, the 4-drop. Okay. So he can bring Golden down to 5. Brings that to 20. 3-drop Godku? Blow up the golden, the 6-drop? Fua? Down to 5 to Whis, and Whis clear it? Yeah. That'll do it. That'll clear the 6. Golden lives, though. Our protection from his big boss monsters is gone now, though, which is unfortunate. That actually, I think, makes it worth it. Attack her, freezing her. Bulma, what bad timing. Oh, man. Double stack it, sure. Let himself go to 1. Interesting. Well, he's got card advantage now. That was just awkward. None of that turn felt good. It worked, but it doesn't feel good. Yeah, he's at 1. We just need a touch. We have a Nova. We have a Bulma. We have options to get more cards and piece together a kill combo. Wasting a 3-drop swing on the frog. Sure. I don't know why you wouldn't just kill that with the Whis or the Fua. Unless he really feels he needs that combo. Another Fua. We've cleared 1 super combo out of his hand. That turn was all kinds of weird. Yeah, that's the plain not every turn Whis. I mean, I actually think there were other options there for him. But, like, he could have just killed the thing, kept the Gohan up, made Gohan pressure me. Yeah, he doesn't want to feed me a ton of cards, but I just don't really care for that line, personally. This is kind of fun. I think we go for game here. We're going to go 2-drop. 2-drop's going to punch at him. It's going to give us a life pickup and rest down this 10k. So that's going to eat 1 card from him. And it prevented a second. Double Bulma. Now we go golden. Freezing Gohan, sure. Trigger this, draw a card. Add a life, draw a card. Trigger. Add a life, draw a card. Make it Super Combo Plus. I was hoping he wouldn't eat both Fuwa because this countered. Had we kept the Sorbet, we could have played it and gotten a card draw, so we're missing a potential effect. It was a 50-50. I mean, I guess I could have ate the Vegeta and kept both options alive, so that's on me. Swing here, get our card draw. Now we go Nova. Full dump. Red's not known for having very good combo, so 70 has a good shot into 4 cards. We know he's already used one super combo. The way we get punished here is like super, so that's 60, 70, and 5. He lives, I'm at 1, he just gets the game for free. I don't know if they're just mad and they're wasting time, or if they're BMing. They might have rage quit. It's possible. I mean, 70's spooky because Beerus and All Red run a lot of 5s and they run a lot of 0s. And if his hand is 20, 40, 60, like if he has 2 supers and a 5, getting out of this is tough, but possible. Makes you proud of losing. I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie, fighting Beerus is spooky, and you really have to plan. The thing that annoys me right now is I could have gotten potentially one more card to better seal it. If I comboed the Vegeta on the Golden, rather than comboing the Sorbet, then I would have had the Sorbet card draw, so we would have been up a card. Even if it was a Nova, it would have worked. If it was any combo, we would have been just a little bigger, which can make the difference. It could have been a 0 and not mattered, but we'll never know. We just blindly understand that we missed a card potential. Oh no, he gave. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Other than just a pure rage quit. The double Bulma there is crazy, right? All that life pickup, us sitting at 4 and then turboing our own life, makes it so spooky because we get to ask for just enough value with what we saw. Yeah, just roping. I mean, I get it, right? It's kind of tilting to be him, but at the same time... There was a couple turns there for him that were a little, like, subpar. So it, like, happens, you know? Our believer gets rewarded, and the non-believers get punished. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I was betting on that game, I would have been a non-believer. To be fair, though, if we look at, like, the climb we've done, Frieza went off. I think we lost, what, 2, 3? 3? We lost to Abiris. We lost, or no, wait, we lost to one Broly and one Zamasu back-to-back. But that's after we won against a Broly, one against a, like, 2 17s, I think. Yeah, no, Frieza's good. Legitimately would not be surprised if the 17 spam keeps happening and I'm ready to start climbing to God for ranked if we just spam out Frieza. Which is funny, because this is what we did Season 1, and for me to start doing that again makes me wonder if I'm meant to be a yellow player. Anywho, let's do some replays. We have a couple Inferno replays and a Versul replay, and I think that's it. So let's go ahead and start with an Inferno replay, shall we? They say this is the perfect match. Well, we'll be the judge of that, won't we? I think the match, if I could have only won one game all day that I lost, I would have won the Zamasu game. That would have been hype. As is, beating Beerus is pretty awesome, since that is definitely a poor matchup for yellow generally, but the Zamasu coming so close and falling just short. Okay, hopping into Inferno's replay. I am also so hungry. Did I leave these? No. Trash. Good. I was gonna say, I thought I finished that bag off this morning. Okay, Basil comes down, sure. So we've got Inferno, who's been playing a lot of Topku. I appreciate someone is. Couldn't be me, sadly. I didn't really love Topku as a lead to begin with. I think he's still playable, I just don't think he's in a wonderful spot. So, side note, this seems like something, one, pertinent to the match, and two, also just an interesting thought. Like, the original lists I was putting together for Frieza ran a bunch of the new good extra cards that they get, you know? Like, we had Death Ball from set 1, we were running the Time Rewound, and all those things are very good at helping, like, slow down the opponent, which works if you have an endgame goal. I don't think Yellow has that great of an endgame goal with slowing down the opponent that much, right? That's sort of the problem Vegeta runs into. All the extra cards he uses are good defensive options, but one, you could have just comboed from your hand to defend anyway, and two, you could have, like, yes, you're stalling the opponent and limiting their options, but your win option is what? Like, Double Striker? 6-drop, limiting other people's big monsters, and just hope your 40k does it? It doesn't feel like they have an endgame win con. They kind of have to either outvalue the opponent, or get so far ahead that by the time the opponent would rip the game back to their advantage, it's too late. So in my mind, Domino, when we're talking card games and win conditions, you're talking about what a deck relies on to win the game. So green has some of the better win cons to go over, right? You've got Broly, who's going to swing multiple times. You've got the big droid double strikers. And the advantage to all those as win conditions is they normally, one, kill some of your opponent's board, taking away some tempo, and they pressure cards out of their hand while also being cards that are hard to kill. So they do a little bit of everything that you would want out of a big body. It makes it super miserable trying to clear them. To then look at other like colors win cons, right? Blue. Blue has the win con of we're going to just poke and poke and poke, and then we're going to board clear everything away because I don't want to deal with any of this. And then I'm going to use like Goku Black to start just getting infinite value. All the while saying you don't get to play things. That's kind of what Blue's win con is, right? Red's win con is a little harder to nail down, kind of like Yellow's. I feel like Red and Yellow do a lot of the same things, but Red generally is like hyper aggression, where they just kind of smack you and let the double striker just finish the game, or the UI Goku finish the game. A lot of what Red gets away with is exchanges of cards that shouldn't happen, or wouldn't happen in other game states. Yellow, when it comes to a late game, their win con is a lot weaker into some and stronger into others. Like, relying on your 6-drop to do the work does really well against like Blue and Green, who use big things, and it can also work into other Yellow in the mirror. But it doesn't do like super great into Red usually, and even in the matchups where it's good, if the opponent has the right things, it doesn't work, which is true of all cards, but I don't know. I just don't think it feels good to run a million extra cards that are defensively focused only, because they stall the current situation. And if you're not ahead in that situation, you're just losing longer. That's the point of what I'm saying. And it makes you want to play off curve, which is a whole nother point, right? To fit in Timer Wound, Frieza in particular has to play down from their entire energy by 1. That's not impossible. Like, even on turn 4, they just play a 3-drop, use the 3-drop effect, keep the energy open, but it just doesn't feel as impactful. See, that's the thing, Domino, like, it also depends on each individual deck and kind of the scheme you're going for, right? Like, my Control Trunks, his win con is looping value. That's 100% the win con of that deck. It uses these cheeky cards that let me pick up cards and replay cards, and the cards I'm replaying give me more cards, and it just creates this snowball-esque effect. It works, but it's very, very slow, so if the opponent actually has things and gets out ahead of it, it can be hard. Pretty much. Peter did a very succinct message about it. That's a very good way of breaking down the general way each deck or each color goes for their win cons. The problem I have is I don't... this was the point of that long, 5-minute rant that felt like I kind of meandered. Timer Wound and Death Ball, well, Death Ball at least can work offensively, but like even Timer Wound, I think the effect is really good. I like Timer Wound, but I don't feel it leans into the win con of Yellow, and you never want to be behind using it, and even if you're ahead, you don't want that, you want more aggression. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Peter. That's a really good way of breaking it down. So that's kind of the awkward thing with the deck, and there are decks that run more top end, and there's decks that run less. And you kind of have to look at what your goal
with the deck is. So, if you're playing a very aggressive Vegeta, I honestly think you get away with running 3, 4, 5 drops and 1 or 2 Goku Blacks. And the idea is you try and use your early game pressure to just keep wailing on the opponent. Well done by Inferno, by the way. I know I didn't critique too much, but Inferno kind of just rolled them. So let me, before we get to another replay, which we will do, right now we're doing we're having a fun moment talking about like deck construction and strategy, right? So my Vegeta list. This is meant to be an aggro Vegeta. This is what it's meant to be. But as you can tell by the build, it's also slight control. It's like aggro Vegeta with a control edge. So you can kind of do whatever you want with Vegeta, and he can work in those builds. If you want to play a long, slow game, you run stuff like Goten, you run this Vegito to bottom deck, you run Goku Black to loop things like the Gotenks, you run the Sickles, the Lightnings, the Zenos, and you just rely on the fact that eventually your opponent will not be able to deal with 35k punches at their face. It will kill them eventually. If you're going pure aggro, you do stuff like this 4-drop, you do this Gotenks, you can do this Zamasu if you want. You can even do the vanilla strategy we do with our Trunks, where you just get a lot of bodies, punch at your opponent constantly, get as much of an advantage as you can, and then when you get to the backside, you hope that when you push with that, it just ends the game, right? That would be pure turbo aggro. That is also an option. Mine is a fusion of the two, trying to take advantage of both, which is good and bad. It means sometimes I'm not fast enough, sometimes I'm not controlly enough, but the hybrid of the two lets me do a little bit of both. Yep, it comes out in rest mode, which the point isn't that it like, oh, I don't care. Like, there's some neat things about it, because the 3-drop coming in and swinging as a 20 at the opponent is good, but then you pick it up, so you now get a 10k instead of a 5k combo, and you get this down, hopefully picking up the pieces, so you get more combo in hand, and you get the fact that this is 25 and this is 20, so this is easier to defend. It's just an all-around stronger line, which is pretty cool. There are 2 different ways to go about doing like an aggro Vegeta, which is either use the Gotenks and do the Gotenks combo stuff, and the other being the vanilla option, where you slap in the Videl, run a ton of vanilla 10Ks and make that work. You can do a fusion of the two. They kind of get in each other's way a bit, but it's an option. Anywho, back to replays. Unluckiest man on the earth. I mean, there's times I might argue that that could be me, but I don't think I'm that unlucky. Not a problem. It takes time, right? And you're going to be constantly tinkering with a deck when you're breaking down stuff. Generally speaking, you want to figure out, am I trying to win by going tall? Am I trying to win by going wide? And what are the good and bad of that, right? So some decks get away with trying to do both. Droids is a good example of doing both, right? They could kill you by just playing a million 20k droids and punching you 20 times. Or they can go into their double striker and combo everything into it and kill you by going super tall. Very viable options both. Generally speaking, yellow wins by swarming you, right? We win a lot of the games, as we've seen, by just going super crazy wide, and the opponent can't answer it that well. Blue generally does better going tall. It doesn't have as many like turbo out wide options, unfortunately. It can sometimes do it. Goku Black is one of the rare cases where it's like, oh, you're going kind of wide, but also kind of big.
Yep, and all that works, Domino. That makes for another form of an aggressive list. Each list has its own, like, rewards and its own advantages. I don't think any of it's necessarily bad. It just comes down to what's consistent. What gets there the most commonly, right? What deck do you win the most with? In theory, if you have a 51% win rate in this game, you have no reason not to get to God tier. Because if you win even 1% more of games than you lose, you should be able to get to God, because you win just a little more than you lose, you'll earn points eventually, and you'll climb. As for learning the game, I would say the game takes a bit, right? I started the game with no knowledge of the system. I just dove right in. And I sat, and I've been playing card games since I was like 8. Let me mention that. But I'd say for the first bit, I struggled a lot. I started with blue, and this was back in set 1. And I was free to play, so I really gave myself no benefits for any of that. And I would say it probably took me the first, like, week or two to start seeing the lines and start being able to predict things and figure out where games are going. And now, as you can tell, in a lot of games, I can say, well, this is the bad thing, and then we see it happen, and I'm like, okay, well, guess we're doing this, because that's our best thing to stop it. And that kind of game sense comes to everyone with time. It's just a question of how long. I mean, and that's the funny thing, something like that could still work. It just depends on what you're fighting. It's funny to see such a big Whis swinging. That's fair, Domino. Give yourself some patience and understanding. You're learning a new game, and Magic in this game are very, very different. Magic is a lot harder to predict than this game. Like, legitimately, when you're in tune with the deck and in tune in the matchup and knowing what people play, you could almost legitimately write out a script of how a game is going to go from about turn 3 or 4 until it ends, assuming you make good predictions as to what they see. Obviously, card variance and seeing the right cards and not seeing it changes that, but there's a lot of, like, you can really think ahead in this game, and it just comes down to, did they see the cards you predicted? Not really, Versul. I mean, I think that's a fine win-loss rate. Truly. I mean, I dipped, I think the highest my win rate has ever gotten is like 60... No, I think it was like 56% or 60%, like upper 50s to low 60. And the worst it's been was when I first started to learn. Like, legitimately, I looked at my win rate, and I think it was like 30-something% with Blue Vegeta when I first started to learn and had just the starter deck. So trust me, it'll fix and balance out given time, but yeah, win rate, it's gonna fluctuate. And it's also based off a deck, right? If you really want to track your win rate, the better thing to do is pick one style of deck, one character you like, stick with it, learn all the matchups, and really get in tune with the list, right? There's definitely moments where I punish myself. Because what do we play on average on stream, right? We play 3-4 games of one deck, and then we immediately swap to something else. And some decks we bust out for only 1 or 2 games once in a blue moon. And yeah, general knowledge of the game can make doing that very doable. Like, you're not going to just get punished for it every time, but it can also be real rough. Speaking of real rough, the Beerus here is absolutely rolling your opponent. All that value on board was very scary from U7, and watching it all just get swiped away feels great. Now, it is still kind of scary because he can go to 6 and drop a UI and double Frieza. I don't think that wins him the game by any means, but it is still scary. I mean, Kiri, I guarantee you have a win rate too. You just have to look in your settings. Last time I looked at my win rate on stream, I think it was 51%, 52%. But we'd climbed it up to like almost 60, I think, and then it fell back down because we just started having a bunch of hard matches. And it's gonna fluctuate. We've actually had a really rough week. I bet you that has probably dropped pretty hard. Kiri. Well, to be fair, you were also playing with like 0 cards. Kiri was a free-to-play player at the start of set 2 with nothing. And anyone starting set 2 is a free-to-play player with nothing, you're going to have very low win rates. It's going to be miserable. One thing I recommend, Domino, if you really also want to learn and you've got some time to kill, one of the best things you could do, and this is a really good lesson that would teach you, one, what other players do as well as what you're doing, and you can hopefully start seeing more mistakes you're making and mistakes other players make, is watch your own replays. Find a game where you thought you should have won it, or find a game where it was really close, or even if it was a blowout and you just got rolled. Watch it back, turn on their hand and take it turn by turn, and see where you think you made mistakes. Like here, this poor Goku player put every egg in the basket of killing the Gohan on board to win. Unfortunately for them, the 2 energy up that we had meant we get to do our glimpse, get enough combo in hand, and we live. Yeah, we're on 1 life, but he's not exactly able to defend anything we do here. So, we can hit with Beerus, put him to 3, he gets no card off that. Swing Gohan. Ooh, grabbing the 0 there hurts. Oh no. And he only gets a 5, and we go in as 30. See, I probably... Yep, that'll do it. I probably would have done that turn a little differently at the very end. I would have done Goku before I did Gohan, I think. Bardock, I play after whiskey. Yeah, please do help him if you want, Peter. That's awesome. And Domino, feel free to post your replays in the Discord also. Whenever we're doing replays like this, we'll happily review it and go over things. There's times where at the end of a game that I do on stream, we'll watch it back and see the other player's hand and go over some of the potential mistakes I made or potential mistakes they made. Because, I mean, let's face it, no one's perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. Me just as much as the next guy, sometimes more if I'm on an off day. You can ask Kiri, I'm the best bad player you're going to meet, or I'm the worst good player you're going to meet some days. I don't know, my brain isn't sitting between my shoulders some days. Okay, we've got a Versul replay. I mean, what can you do about stuff like that, right? You just, when you brick, you brick. Ooh, Vegeta into Cell. So, like, this is an interesting matchup. A viewer who, honestly, we haven't seen him in a minute. I think he probably went off to play some Elden Ring DLC. He also streamed the Dragon Ball. Why am I blanking on names? Oda. Yeah, Uda. Uda used to be here a lot, and Uda played a large amount of Vegeta at the time, because Vegeta was very good into Topku. And poor Uda was having a miserable time because the Vegeta list was really strong into Topku, but really bad into Cell. And there was a handful of players who would play Cell, and he kept pairing into them. And that's a good example where the deck version he was playing had a really good strength into the top deck, but a really bad weakness to a deck that's a little subpar, and it made it so he couldn't win. And to change it to beat Cell, he would probably then lose to Topku. Yeah, pretty much. Bardock. Honestly, I like slower games where you can see some stuff and see things play out. Like, legit, something I want to point out right here. Right? And this is mostly for, like, you, Domino. We're breaking down a Vegeta game. You play Vegeta. Sure. Makes sense. The Cell he's fighting against, if we look at Cell's hand, it is just loaded with what are essentially dead cards if he doesn't play his turns right. And this is a way some people play Cell. I don't like Cell personally. It's not a deck I particularly am fond of. But, like, he's probably going to Destructive Strength, right? Ramp. He needs to take the time to set up Cell Arena. That's one turn he's going to have to waste most of his energy doing nothing. But you'll notice he has, like, Meteor, Earth Destroying. He's got all these, like, one-tap defense cards that he gets to recycle with Junior. But for it, he has very little combo in hand, which is a positive and negative. It doesn't hurt so much in the early. It's more late game where some of that can bite you in the butt. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Pretty much. Generally speaking, yes. Any green deck in the early, you want to apply pressure, because you know eventually they get to just drop big boss monsters and you lose eventually. Yeah, Zeno can get rid of a boss monster, but Zeno doesn't give you back the, like, 6 cards you had to burn to avoid 2 Broly swings. and a lead swing, you know? Yeah, Zeno gets rid of the Broly, but then you get to punch, and then if they play another Broly, you're just right back to where you were. Eventually they win. You need to take advantage in the early. Cell is one of the weird ones where that rule gets a little skewed. Peter wants to say something, which I'll let Peter type out what he's doing, but I'm going to break down a specific character matchup in green. In any green list, you know, you've seen me fight Broly a lot today, you've seen me fight a lot of androids, we've not seen any Cell forever. I get the feeling it's because Cell's just not doing that great at the moment. He's probably okay, but not too many people loving it. And you never see Gohan. You just never do. All of those green lists generally have a weakness to the early game. Even droids have a weakness to early game. It's just not as bad because they play a very strong mid game. They have a lot of good 3s and 4s and 5s. Well, not 5s, but good turn 5 options, right? Early game tends to break down from like turn 1 to turn 3 or 4-ish. Generally, I'd say 3. And then mid, you're sitting around 4 to probably like 5 or 6. And anything after that, I would say, is late game. Cell is one of the odd ducks you have to deal with, because when he gets on his backside, his effect ramps him for free, so long as he's got the right card in the discard, from 5 to 6. And it makes it a readied energy, so he can use it that turn. Right away, no questions asked. So with Cell, there's a interesting timing aspect that only really exists with him in most cases, and Broly has a similar thing, because Broly flipping gets an energy where you need to pay attention when you're applying the pressure. If you do enough pressure early and get him flipped to the backside, like on turn 2 or 3, you buy yourself time to just keep wailing at him, so that by the time he gets that free energy, it doesn't feel as good for him. He's already way behind, and it doesn't help him as much. If you are in more of a situation like this with Versul, you almost don't want to push Cell to awaken here. Yeah, we could punch him with the Vegito and be like, haha, we got him to awaken. If we awaken him, he'll use his effect, stuff himself up to 6. It'll be an active energy. It didn't even cost him a card from hand. He can now play his Double Striker, blow up 2 of our things. The Double Striker can start being annoying. Like, it does a lot. The good news is, Versul didn't swing with the Vegito. He backed off. The Cell charged to 5, so he's just sitting on 5. And he's going to be sitting there hoping, hey, hopefully my opponent punches me, because then I'll flip, I'll go to 6 for free anyway, use this, stuff to 7, and I'm 1 turn away from my boss monster. So with Cell, you kind of need to pay attention as to when he's getting that energy and what the implication is because of it. Sorry, Peter, didn't mean to steal your paragraph. Yeah, because the whole gimmick with Cell is he wants to get to 8 energy, so that way he can play his boss monster, blow up things, heal a life, keep pressure, he'll use his effect, go back to 6, use the arena, go back to 7, and then the next turn he can do it all again. He gets in this, like, simple loop that's very predictable. And generally the way you beat Cell is to either pressure him super fast, so that way by the time he gets to the loop, it's not enough, it's too slow, or you need to back off, let him get to this like awkward state, pressure where you can, and outvalue the loop in the long game, which is likely what I think we're going to be doing here. Now, obviously, right on our last turn, we could have swung with Vegito, transformed him, but like I said, he'd have been on 6 energy. That's a no good for us. So we didn't do that. He got the arena in play, which is something Cell wants. Here, it looks like Versul's ready to push. At least with the lead swing, anyway. Zamasu fused for sure. It's a body that's hard to deal with. And again, doesn't swing. Gains nothing from awakening him. And there's a main reason why, right? If we push, he no longer has to charge from hand. He'll get it for free from the discard. And he'll then have it usable and charge to 7. As is, he'll just charge to 6 and then get to 7 anyway. But this way he had to go down a card for it. That is a complicated question, Domino. It's kind of based off your deck and what you're fighting. Generally, you want to use it when it would be most impactful. Obviously, in this situation, Versul hasn't used it. Versul is going into this matchup knowing it's going to be a long game. And so Versul's using it to open up like Zeno early, open up a Goku Black early, using it to extend their ability to get to a late game option faster. Because they know Cell's going to do what he did. He's up to 8 energy now. So we have to play around that. Okay, I like this. Normally, if you're going to use the coin as a general rule of thumb, and this is, I think, a pretty good way to look at it, look at, do you need to get to a later game option quicker? So, obviously, like, having access to Zeno here could be a good thing. But you check one, do I need to get to a big boss monster for any reason? Like, if you're fighting droids and they're going wide, keeping the energy up so you could get a Zeno down could actually be game winning, or at least game saving, and give you other options. Whereas if you're in a situation where it's like, oh, I have my turn 3 Vegito, but I have another Vegito in hand, and I could actually start taking control of the game if I just turbo this out on turn 2, and I know I'll follow it up with another Vegito, and then play a Zamasu, and I'll just basically cheat ahead one turn, sometimes that's enough. It just depends on the deck and matchup. I like this. I like this a lot. So here, we used our coin to get an extended board. Normally, we could not have played both those cards together, but in this case, we used the coin, got more bodies on board, more pressure at Cell's face. Now Cell is behind on board. He has to deal with that. Generally, Green's options for dealing with that kind of a situation is to play a big boss monster. It's interesting that the Cell has no cells. Yeah, no, I like it, Versul. And you can get to Zeno either way. He doesn't like the Zamasu, so he pops it. Now he can punch it to clear it. Yep, by playing Zeno, he loses the arena, he loses his boss monster, Cell generally wants Arena on board, so he's going to try and set it up again. That's going to waste another turn later in the game. And we're getting rid of a boss monster we don't want to deal with if we Zeno. Clearly, Versul is okay with leaving this up for now, and honestly, I don't mind it. Broly's not that spooky right now. We're at 7 life. It's a year before this Broly starts threatening our face. And it's likely just going to keep punching our board, and we're okay with that. We're going to get a lot of cards whenever they punch our face, so I'm fine with stalling this out. It's also interesting the Cell charged away all the instant Kamehameha except for the one. Dude has triple Broly. Does he just not run Cell? I honestly don't hate that. Trying to get a 2-for-1 on boss monsters from green is always great. And at this point, the Cell no longer cares about the board. He doesn't feel as threatened by the 2 bodies, so he's just ignoring them and letting his Brolys punch our face. This seems to be a fairly non-traditional Cell. They're not using Cell's ability and the Arena to try and ramp and loop Cells. Instead, they're just kind of playing with the Arena being maybe like a draw engine, which I don't hate, but something else I want to point out, which this is a good time to point this out. I'll let the animation of this play. So, welcome back. Zamasu, I should say. Anywho, the other thing we need to track, which I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention to. I was kind of just vibing with the replay while we broke down the matchup. This Cell is down to 7 cards in deck. We're at 17. 17 cards, 9 card hand, 10 discard. 15, 9, 11, and 7. Like, legitimately, if it weren't for the fact that the double Broly kills us by surviving and a third one coming down, there's a world where deck out is actually a viable option to win this. And we'd have to do it just right, but deck out could be done. Yep. Zeno comes down, threatens. It really is. It happens more when 2 decks are very equally matched and the match becomes a grindy fight. It happens a lot more in mirrors than anything, in my opinion. Like, if you're 2 Cells or 2 Trunkses, 2 Vegetas, if both of you are going, like, card for card, playing good options at every point, that's when deck out becomes a realistic option. The thing is, him being down to 7 cards, it's actually kind of a decent option here. Another thing to think about in situations like this one, Domino, as far as deck out wins go, they are rare, but if you think your opponent draws a card at the start of their turn, guaranteed. Every time their lead attacks, they draw a card, guaranteed. Outside of Broly and Zamasu. So, tracking how many cards they're going to draw doing things is another thing to keep in mind in a situation like this. This is pretty good because we're now awakened. We get to lightning away the one Broly. So yeah, he goes back up to 8 cards, that's fine. And we're going to start making this really difficult for Cell, because he's going to need to either kill us or lose by deck out, and we're pressuring cards out of his hand while doing all of this. Because he has to avoid the double Vegito swing here, which is scary. The Vegeta swing, yep. Gets a meteor out of him. That's fair, Peter. This is another one Sloth likes, and I don't blame Sloth. I vibe with this one. So again, he went down 2 cards, right? Card draw for turn, card draw from attack. He plays the double striker because he's just trying to get something going. I like this. Earth Destroying Blow is funny because it again draws a card. So now they're down to 5. I don't know if you win this by deck out versus Hool, but my money is sitting on the fact that this is won by deck out. Restand the Vegito, yep. That's a really, really smart play, Versul. That's an incredible line. So, let's break that down, right? Versul had the forethought to play the Mai, reduce the cost of the double striker by 1 to 5. Eat it with the Vegito swing, to play the peel off, to pick it back up, reduce it again, that way the 5-drop comes down, and bottom decks it. Get it out of here. I love it. That's great. That was real smart. So, let's break down Cell's situation here, right? Cell drew for turn, ramped to 9, who cares, or charged to 9. Swings here, draws another card. Down to 4 cards in deck. Cell is losing on board right now. This board's going to keep pressuring cards out of Cell's hand, potentially threatening to kill him. Vegeta himself will do the same with his lead ability. Cell wants to try and fight off the board, get himself some breathing room, but he's not going to get that time with 4 cards in the deck. He's given up trying to fight the board. He's just trying to go for the kill. What's Cell's best kill option with this hand? Well, he can swing at Vegeta. Yeah, unless things get bottom decked, he currently has 2 turns, maybe? I mean, he won't even be able to swing with his lead soon, because that will kill him. So, a Cell Jr. coming down could get like an extra card. Maybe, is there anything in here? Yeah, there's a Meteor. Okay, yeah, there's some options. So like Junior could come down, grab something. He could use the energy to buff it. That eats 3. That punches. If that hits, suddenly Vegeta's down to 2. You drop the double striker and try to go for game that way, right? No matter what, Cell is desperate and looking for an out. We have generally dominated the game so far with Vegeta, and we're well in the lead and winning. But this could still go very poorly, very quickly. Cell. Oh no. Okay, so Cell got the Broly, played it, blew up the one, swings here to clear. Problem is now Cell's down to 2 cards. Cell will draw a card on Cell's turn. And if Cell swings, Cell dies. If Cell plays the other Broly, who draws him a card, Cell dies. Cell cannot do anything that gives card draw. I could just smell it coming, looking at his deck size, which is funny, right? It felt like Cell didn't do a whole lot, but yet his deck burned through. Cell's ability to burn through a deck is crazy. I like the Zeno. It denies the Broly swings. Now the question is, does the Cell even know that deck out kills you instantly? Nope. No, they don't. Because there's no way to win now. From this position, Cell cannot win the game. Because they played Broly. Yep, they either didn't notice or don't know. Cell could not play Broly there. It's not an option you can go to. With 3 cards left in deck, when you draw for turn, you're down to 2. You have to draw a card on your next turn. And if your deck runs out, the moment it hits 0, the game ends. Yeah, the Double Striker was unlikely to do it. They could have at least played it and tried it. But Broly loses them the game. And they swing and they lose. Game over. They either didn't know or they'd just given up. Ooh-wee. If he'd have at least played the Double Striker, he could have swung. And gotten one more turn where he drew. And then maybe dumped everything into another one Double Striker swing there. But that's wild. That was actually a neat one to break down, just because we have a newer Vegeta player, and it's fun to go over that matchup. Yeah, oh yeah, no, he was surprisingly never in danger of dying from an actual hit. And that's with him not even running Cell. Like, let me pull that back up. I just want to see his list. He didn't run a single Cell 8-drop. He just ran the Brolys instead and used Arena as like a card draw gimmick. He had 1 Cell. I guess I missed it. 1. Oof. And he only runs 2 arenas. That's crazy. Yeah, I would not mess with this list, personally. I'm not saying it's terrible, but it's got some, like, big weaknesses. Yeah. Yikes. Well, Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Vegeta into Frieza doesn't feel as good for Vegeta as it does for all the other blue leads. Like, legitimately every other blue lead feels better than him, except for maybe Goku Black. But if you run with enough control pieces, Frieza's not so bad. It's because they go wide, much like Frieza, and he just can't deal with the pressure. Honestly, droids are kind of warping the meta in a way. There's so much of them. The fact that they can go wide or go tall, and they can flex between the two, means your deck has to be able to handle that. The best ways to do it is either put the droid player on the back foot, or outvalue control them, kind of. It's difficult. I think Vegeta has the tools. If he gets ahead of them, he could be okay, but it's spooky. As soon as anyone goes wide, Vegeta immediately gets sad. Trunks is a lot better when someone goes wide, but even he can struggle, and he has an entire bounce effect Vegeta doesn't. So, it's like a whole thing. Anywho, that was the stream, everybody. It was a good time. Yeah, it's depends on the Vegeta list. You can have a pretty decent amount of combo with the aggro Vegeta. The biggest problem with aggro Vegeta is the more and more you put aggro forward, the less and less of the other options that blue does really well that you're able to take advantage of, right? You have to cut more and more control to increase the aggro of blue, and blue itself I actually don't think is the greatest aggro color. It really actually kind of is terrible at it in a way, given that you either need the right line of cards for them to feel like they can aggro out, or it's all through like weird combos, sort of like the Trunks list, right? How many games do we play this list and it feels like we're a control list? Like, we're not meant to control. Like, it's a secondary win condition of the deck, but it's not its main purpose. We want a Videl turbo out of 3, get another 3, go into a 3 on 3, go into a 4, and just start rolling the opponent. But if you just don't see this and this, your other 1-drops are pretty meh. Your 2-drop is this to this again, which if you didn't hit this, cool, you didn't play a 2. Suddenly you're going to Vegito on 3 and you are the control player. The only difference is you were missing some of the pieces a control player would want, but you have better combo. So like, Kiri. Yeah, Kiri does a good job of, if people post lists, he'll try and make an actual picture so people can see it better. I actually did one slight change to my Trunks aggro list for the Eagle-Eyed Among You. We took out one Gallic Gun and added one more Vegito. I don't know if I'm going to be happy about it. I find Gallic Gun is a lesser used piece, but I think it's an option. Anywho. With that, let's start wrapping up the stream. Thank you all for being here with me today. I appreciate every single one of you. We will be doing this again tomorrow. I hope all of you have a wonderful day. If you haven't already, please give a follow. It costs you nothing and means a whole lot to me. If you haven't joined the Discord, please join. We have a wonderful community. We're in there every day. We have a whole channel for replays, which is how we do the replays we do. We like to talk about deck builds. All my deck lists are in there. We like to talk about the new releases and previews they've been showing off. And we're a wonderful community of nerds and would love to have you join us. Lastly, if you like the content, you want to help support it, feel free to donate at the link down below, or just sub to the channel to ignore the pesky ads while still supporting me. No pressure either way, though. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate every single one of you. I will be here tomorrow. It's a good old normal stream day, nothing crazy. And yeah, we'll have some more fun on ladder. have some good times and make it a fun day. Peace, everybody.